Let's put the live stream up. Keep you guys accountable. Someday your kids will watch this. Oh, you guys won't reproduce. I forgot. You've been sterilized. Let's see. Does that look okay? Welcome if you're new here. I'm just a guy. This is like a low production, but honest, brutally honest sometimes, from my perspective anyhow. Interpretations, opinions. I'm trying to make this clear. Is that clear? I think that's clear. I want this clear though. Can you guys read that? Oh yeah, now it's clear. That's almost too contrasty. Let's bring it down a scotch. Okay, last time we talked about chapters 1 and 2 of J.K. Rowling's interview by Megan Phelps. And again, I'm a little apprehensive of doing this because in the first episode of chapters 1 and 2, I played very little of it. So I think I'm safe there. But this one was so interesting. I feel like I really want to play the majority of it, at least half of it. But that might get me in trouble. And so this might be the only time you get to hear it unless you go to this website and hear it for yourself. But I'm here with my opinions and so forth because I will freely take it down if Megan ever sees this. In fact, you know what? I should tweet her. I'll tweet her and let her know that this is happening. And if she feels this is beyond fair use, then I will take it down. But the summary of the first 2 chapters is basically a background of J.K. Rowling's life, that she came from, well, at least at one point in her life, she came from a very troubled background, abusive husband, dirt poor, on welfare, starts writing these manuscripts, which became the best-selling book of all time, some of the best movies, highest paid grossing movies of all time, merch, Universal Studios uses her stuff. I mean, it blew up. And in this chapter, chapter 3, it talks about the genesis of the backlash against her. And it goes into things I never knew about. I mean, not just about her, but on other things. Like, I've never, ever in my life have been on Tumblr. Okay, this is a summary of what's coming, and then you can listen. You can click off after the summary if you want to save probably an hour of time. But I've never been on Tumblr. I've never been on 4chan. But Tumblr and 4chan, as you will hear later, was the accelerant and maybe the genesis of a lot of the terms we see today, like cancel culture, like non-binary, like multiple identities through different genders. All this stuff really took off in 2012, 2013, because of the use of Tumblr and 4chan in the years prior. Now, what I took out of this episode, and this is going to be controversial, but I think a lot of the terms you hear, a lot of these ideas that you hear today, the genesis of it is troubled females. Am I canceled now? But this is my take. I don't say that to be disparaging at all. I'm just saying this is what I think the facts bear out. Last week I talked about what makes Taylor Swift successful, and it's because she appeals to a certain demographic, namely troubled females, troubled teenage females. And J.K. Rowling's, I think, had a similar effect with her books. This fantasy world, figuring out who you are, feeling depressed. And so she attracted that type of client, customer, listener, follower. And websites like Tumblr put a flame under that. And so the popular use of a lot of terms like gender diversity, cancel culture, the list goes on, came out of these websites, which came out of, I think J.K. Rowling was one of the biggest people out there, where people came together with a common beliefs, common goals, common hero. J.K. Rowling was a hero to them. And then 4chan came along, and it was basically the male equivalent to Tumblr, which was, you guys are sick, you guys are troubled, and try to be the most bullying and aggressive against the Tumblr people as possible. And guess what? That fueled the Tumblr people, mostly females, to be even more, please accept me, you're evil people, you don't understand us, blah, blah, blah. And that made the 4chan people even more aggressive because they could smell the weakness in the water. That's a summary of what I think is going on in chapter 3 here, but you guys can judge for yourselves. Okay, so let's get started. And I'm going to fast forward some things as I see fit. Again, if you want to watch the whole thing, listen to the whole thing. This is audio only, so there's no video.
One will know who speaks up on this issue a huge amount of, I want her to choke on my fat trans dick. You know, like very sexualized.
Whoa,
huge amount.
Some of the threats that you've received over the past few years.
Let me slow it down a scotch. We'll do 1.2.
Can you talk to me about some of the threats that you've received over the past few years?
There have been a lot. A huge amount, as every woman will know who speaks up on this issue, a huge amount of, I want her to choke on my fat trans dick. You know, like very sexualized abuse. Well, I don't think all of them mean it literally, but attempts to degrade, to humiliate. People might say, well, that's not really a threat. And you know what, up to a point, you're probably right, though it's very unpleasant to be on the receiving end of it, particularly in the quantities I've had it. Then I have had direct threats of violence. And I have had people coming to my house where my kids live, and I've had my address posted online. I've had what the police anyway would regard as credible threats, yeah. The pushback is often, you are wealthy, you can afford security, you haven't been silenced. All true, right? All of that's true. But I think that misses the point. The attempt to intimidate and silence me is meant to serve as a warning to other women. And I say that because I have seen it used that way. I have seen other women, and other women have told me. I literally had someone say this to me the other day. I was told, look what happened to J.K. Rowling. Watch yourself.
Yeah, to me, that's a very important point. Be harsh on someone who can afford security, make threats, physical threats, and then give the excuse, well, she has security, she'll be fine. But this is a warning shot to anybody who would propose contrary opinions, who is not rich and cannot afford any security.
Boy. We can change him. Yes, that was...
For years, I've met people. I met my best friend on MuggleNet. You know, my husband and I connected over Harry Potter.
We are wearing our matching shirts from when we got engaged, and we had a complete Harry Potter wedding where we wore house robes instead of tuxes.
That's happened time and time again. And it's just a beautiful thing. So huge positives came out of that.
The biggest of the early fan websites was called MuggleNet. It was set up in 1999 by a 12-year-old homeschool kid in Indiana who could have had no idea how much this site was going to change his life. And that's partly because Rowling eventually embraced it. She was one of the first authors, the first creators of any kind, really, to invest time and energy communicating directly with her fans online.
She sounds just like me.
Doing interviews, answering fan questions, really catering to the community she saw forming there. But she also told me that, on at least one occasion, she went into one of these forums anonymously.
So I chose a random name that was not a Potter-related name. I was almost scared, even though they've all got Potter-related names, that I would choose a name that was a little, I don't know, I was just scared I would somehow self-reveal. So I go into this chat room, and people are sharing some theories, and I gave an opinion that was very bland, and I got rounded on by users who told me in no uncertain terms, just to get out. I'm not familiar in that room. I'm clearly an idiot who doesn't know anything. But I genuinely, I left.
How ironic, the creator of Harry Potter going into rooms and being told you don't know what you're talking about.
I left. And I was thinking, do you know what I promise you this is what I thought. I thought, I've written 3.5 books, I think it would have been at that time, where bullying is such a theme from the very first page, where bullying and authoritarian behavior is held to be one of the worst of human ills. And look what just happened. And these people who call themselves such fans of this franchise, what if I'd been a 12, like, I didn't care. Right. I was a pretty robust person. Right. But what if I'd been some 12-year-old who's excited to go into this room and is immediately, caustically chastised for not belonging? Just kick someone out because they're new. And I thought that was so interesting.
Not only interesting, ironic, inconsistent. They're doing the very thing that they are saying you shouldn't do.
You're passionate about these books, and yet in the course of living, you are behaving in a way that I depict as one of the worst and most dubious human behaviors.
This being the early days of the internet, it was also the early days of a kind of social behavior that we now generally know as trolling.
There were definitely individual trolls on the MuggleNet forums, purely there to be objectionable.
And even though they were just this small part of the community,
it was a fringe, but it was definitely there.
Rowling noticed that they did seem to have outsized power.
At first, I thought it's kind of amusing that this is how you're spending your time, but as time went on, I started to really see it as bullying. There was an edge of picking off vulnerable people. And I was very aware by that time, early 2000s, that a lot of kids who felt themselves to be outsiders, who were vulnerable, were finding themselves in Potter.
Yeah. Yep. Why is that? Why is there a link to fantasy novels to people who are troubled? Because fantasy is always better than reality. Reality is tough. Fantasy is easy. That's why there's religion, by the way.
Why do you like Harry Potter?
He felt like an outsider and he felt like he didn't belong, and that really resonated with me.
Like, I had not such a great childhood, and I think a kid with not such a great childhood actually escaped to something else in a book.
Many of the people that like Harry Potter tend to be the ones outside, especially if you're a child that isn't well loved.
Yeah. I've been saying this for a long time. If you come from it's kind of weird. You're in society today, it's almost not quite, but it's almost like you're looked down upon from coming from a stable home where you're loved and you do have this sense of tradition and identity already. It's like you don't have to show empathy to those people out of stable homes or feel sorry for them at all because they're stable, right?
I felt protective of those people, so watching trolls operate in those spaces increasingly did not amuse me. It began to concern me.
Both of us had challenging, crappy upbringing in childhoods, and when you talk to people that are like the really crazy fans, that I feel like that's something that comes up more often than not.
Yeah, and I would love to see a study, and I don't know, maybe somebody in the live stream chat can tell me, is there any studies out there correlating people who identify as non-binary or transgender or any other gender, I don't know, with home life? Has anybody seen any studies like that? Like divorce or broken homes or abuse?
And I think Harry Potter was one of the things that was just always there for people.
You grow up feeling like the weird one of the bunch, but then you realize there's so many other people out there like you, and then you don't feel so alone anymore, you know? So that's the best part about Harry Potter.
And indeed, actually ended up in long-term pen pal relationships with some of those people. You know, I can remember a situation where a young person had written a letter that resulted in my then assistant and I calling that child's school. We were very, very concerned that this child might be about to kill themselves. I just was hyper-aware, and I remain hyper-aware, that the Potter books were a refuge for some people who were, for very different reasons, very vulnerable.
Yeah, her books became a refuge, and she became a mother figure and a moral figure. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit, where she was greatly respected by huge vast of very troubled teens.
In addition to her vast contributions to literature, she is also noted for the social, moral, and political inspiration she has given her fans. A notable philanthropist.
And it's a remarkable thing to go back and watch.
And now I give you Ms. J.K. Rowling.
You're up there, dressed in robes, standing in front of this generation that grew up alongside Harry Potter, and you're talking to them as they are launching into the world.
The first thing I would like to say is thank you. Not only has Harvard given me an extraordinary honor, but the weeks of fear and nausea I have endured at the thought of giving this commencement address have made me lose weight. On this wonderful day when we are gathered together to celebrate your academic success, I have decided to talk to you about the benefits of failure. And as you stand on the threshold of what is sometimes called real life, I want to extol the crucial importance of imagination.
And your speech is very personal and vulnerable.
Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that failure is fun. That period of my life was a dark one. So why do I talk about the benefits of failure? Simply because failure meant a stripping away of the inessential. I was set free because my greatest fear had been realized, and I was still alive, and I still had a daughter whom I adored, and I had an old typewriter and a big idea. And so rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life.
But you also challenge them.
Now, you might think that I chose my second theme, the importance of imagination, because of the part it played in rebuilding my life, but that is not wholly so. I have learned to value imagination in a much broader sense. In its arguably most transformative and revelatory capacity, it is the power that enables us to empathize with humans whose experiences we have never shared.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful stuff. This is where imagination can be really beneficial. I have said that you can't really blame a human being for, let's say you got a human being who comes from a home where the mother and father both wanted you, loved you deeply, strive to give you the best options, always there for you, spend quality time for you. Basically imagine the most stable home possible. And then imagine that person having to relate to someone who comes from a broken home where the mother was abusive, father abusive, where the father abused the mother, in poverty, few good options. It takes strong imagination for that person coming out of a stable home to really empathize with someone from a broken home who has very low self-esteem, doesn't know who they are, no identity.
You tell them that they need to be empathetic to people who are not like them.
Unlike any other creature on this planet, human beings can learn and understand without having experienced. What is more, those who choose not to empathize enable real monsters, for without ever committing an act of outright evil ourselves, we collude with it through our own apathy. We do not need magic to transform our world. We carry all the power we need inside ourselves already.
And what's interesting, often in society today, it seems like the people from stable homes have to empathize with people from broken homes or tough homes, and not the other way around.
We have the power to imagine better.
And the crowd just goes wild. They love it. And they love you. But at this point, it's really hard to imagine that you would be welcome at Harvard at all, or that you'd get that kind of reception
Sure.
from that crowd.
From that crowd.
And what I want to understand from your point of view is what changed.
Yeah, what changed? Like this was that commencement speech was in 2008? Yeah, 2008 was that commencement speech where she's applauded, everybody loves her. In 2023, if she went back to Harvard, she'd be booed, I bet. They wouldn't even allow her. So what changed? I'm going to fast forward a little bit. And her basic explanation is the social media effect.
It was conversations on Twitter that helped me leave what many describe as a religious cult, and it also introduced me to my husband, the father of my 2 children. However, over the past few years, many, including some of the very optimists who helped design the internet as we know it today, have been outspoken in saying that social media has corrupted the dream of what the internet could do for the world.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Megan Phelps came out of what's it called? The West Side Borough Baptist Church. Very conservative Christianity. And she got out of it through Twitter. So for the people who say Twitter's no good, I mean, Twitter actually changed the life of Megan Phelps.
Scientist Jaron Lanier, who argues that social media poses a real threat to a pluralistic society.
Society has been gradually darkened by this scheme in which everyone is under surveillance all the time, and everyone is under this mild version of behavior modification all the time. It's made people jittery and cranky. It's made teens especially depressed, which can be quite severe, but it's made our politics kind of unreal.
Yeah, I agree with that. However, here's my advice, take it or leave it. If you are a parent right now with a very young child, keep them off social media until you've trained them on who they are. Give them a sense of identity, some traditions that our family does X, our family is about X. This is who I am. Keep them off Twitter. Keep them off sites like Instagram, TikTok, Tumblr, when they're definitely, I'd say, before the age of 10. But if they're going to go on, you have to monitor it. You just don't say, oh, go on, go do something. Okay, I'm going to be on TikTok for like 3 hours. If you want to screw up your kid, then do that.
And he, along with former Google engineer Tristan Harris, have focused a lot of their concern around social media on the algorithms and the profit motives of big tech.
There's a tendency to think here that this is just human nature. No, that's just people are polarized, and this is just playing out. It's a mirror. It's holding up a mirror to society. But what it's really doing is it's an amplifier for the worst parts of us.
But far less attention has been paid to the question of where certain polarizing beliefs and norms began to gain a foothold online.
Yeah, and this is where they're going to get into Tumblr and 4chan. Good question asked in the live stream chat. Does religion help with tradition? Yes, man in charge. In fact, I would say there's also a correlation in 2012 with some of the ideas we have today, the cancel culture, the non-binary, the transgender, and all that. Or the basic lack of identity, searching for identity, is because of the lost religion. And some of you atheists out there might hate hearing that. But secular humanism has, at this point, so far, in my opinion, has not replaced it. And I've said this many times before, if you want to be a non-bitter atheist, I mean, you have to come out of a very stable home. You have to have a pretty good idea of who you are. Otherwise, you're going to need hours and hours of counseling. Especially, I'm not talking about the atheists out there who were like 4, 5, 6 generation atheists. But there's very few of you out there.
And the answer turns out to be, in part, these small, strange, and fascinating corners of the internet. When you started writing and doing PhD research into these smaller, peculiar online subcultures, did people think you'd lost your mind?
Yeah, definitely. I had many, many arguments with people where they said, oh, what does this matter? It's just some people on the internet. It's not real life. And I kept telling people, no, you're getting this wrong. This is going to change the world. This is hugely important, and it's going to be massively impacting your life in a few years from now.
In 2017, Angela Nagel published a book called Kill All Normies, which helped explain the rise of the alt-right. But it also revealed, in a powerful way, this handful of online forums and websites, places on the internet that most...
Kill all normies. Wow. That's basically like, if you're normal, if you're cis, if you're a man who's manly and loves women, kill you. I mean, this is terrible rhetoric.
People had never even heard of or spent any real time on, and how they've come to have a profound impact on almost every aspect of our politics and society.
So in my book, I focused on two main forums because I felt that they were possibly the most influential, and they also represented very politically different groups.
The first of these two forums was Tumblr.
I was fascinated by Tumblr culture. And for those who don't know, Tumblr is a microblogging website and is very popular with young women.
Which was also one of the key places where Rowling says she started to notice these changes online.
Yeah, and this is when I gave my summary at the very beginning of the show. A lot of this blow up and a lot of the conflict we see today, I'm going to make the claim, was started by troubled teen females.
I started to be intrigued by the use of the word identify. This was something I was seeing rising in culture, particularly from the younger generation. And I don't see that as necessarily a malign thing, because I think we all have an identity, and identity is important to all of us for a stable sense of self. But I was noticing something that I thought was interesting and then that began to disturb me.
Tumblr went live in 2007, and it gained some popularity in the early 2010s. The whole idea of the site was built off of the popularity of blogging or online journaling. But unlike other blogging sites, Tumblr tapped into what would eventually make social media so addictive.
Tumblr is like Twitter, but longer, so you can reblog people's content.
Again, Helen Lewis, staff writer at The Atlantic.
So it has a kind of viral element to it, but it was also very image-based.
Tumblr was kind of a cross between Instagram and Twitter. And for early Tumblr users, it was just as addictive as those apps would eventually become. And these people on Tumblr largely fit into a few different groups. One of them was fans of Twilight and Doctor Who, and, of course, a ton of Harry Potter fans. But here, they no longer had to log into chat rooms or poke around message boards to connect with other fans, because on Tumblr, it was all in one big, scrollable feed.
And it became a big place for teenagers to hang out, to draw their own comics, to write their own fan fiction, to engage in all kinds of fandom, essentially, around these big properties.
It's also important to know that a lot of the people on Tumblr were anonymous. And over time, the site became inundated with porn.
The other big group that was on Tumblr were masturbators.
It's a very sexual environment because the moderation was like super loose. So that obviously is going to attract the attention of many different groups.
This is Catherine D., aka Default Friend, writer, internet historian, and admitted former Tumblr addict.
A lot of like fetishists and pornographers and sex workers. And you also have a lot of teenagers.
You know, it was a very odd place to be sometimes, Tumblr, because you would have this just endless porn interspersed with very cute kawaii comics and anime and very kind of infantilized cultures.
And you have
like someone said Doug isn't normie. Well, if coming from a stable home is not normal, then I guess I'm not normal. But where are the parents of these kids, these teenage kids who are on Tumblr? And if it's true, there's a lot of porn on there. Where are the parents? Are these parents just okay with their teenagers going on sites like this and seeing who knows what? This is why it's so hard for me just not to judge. I mean, bad parents. Shame on you. Do better. And the thing is, people judge me back saying, how dare you tell parents that they're bad? Well, if you let your kids, troubled kids who you haven't given some sort of baseline or foundation to be, who know who they are, some traditions or whatever, and you just let them go on these websites, Like if what I'm saying is not normal, then I mean, I don't want to be normal. You shouldn't want to be abnormal if that's normal. To just go on these websites and allow your kids to do this, not even help them navigate these social websites and warn them.
A lot of like horny teenagers who are exploring their sexuality and they're drawing erotic fan art, or they're even posting photos of themselves.
Years later, Tumblr would be singled out by law enforcement for being a major source of child pornography online, and that ultimately forced them to moderate their content. But back in the early 2010s, it was pretty much a free-for-all.
And then finally, you have the activists who are giving you new language to describe your experience, potentially giving you a sense of meaning.
Yeah, Fenton Molly makes a great point. Parents can't do better if they are working constantly through the crucial years. Excellent point. So maybe you shouldn't have kids. If you can't afford to have one parent work and one parent not, and one parent like basically during the day keep an eye on the kids when they're very young, be there for them when they get home from school. If you can't do that, I would suggest really consider not having kids. Or would you rather have kids and then have them get screwed up and have mental illness, depression, anxieties? Do you want that for your kids? No, you say. Do you think it's better to have kids that have severe depression and maybe commit suicide, or not have that kid at all? This is that whole existence versus non-existence argument I have with theists all the time. I'm of the opinion it's better not to exist than go through at least some of the very harsh things in life.
Like other social media sites eventually would, Tumblr attracted a lot of activists. And in Tumblr's case, it was activism particularly around sex positivity and gender identity.
These groups had a huge influence on a lot of different subcultures that ended up forming on Tumblr. And all of that together really creates a tinderbox.
And so this place full of teenagers and activists and fans and fetishists and porn, it wasn't just a place where you could invent a new character in your Harry Potter fan fiction. It ultimately became a place where users could create and experiment with new identities for themselves.
There it is. Now, if that's true, what Megan Phelps is saying here and what her guests are saying does explain what we see today. Troubled teens, mostly females, fantasy, trying to figure out who they are, exploring new identities.
The thing I remember thinking about it most is it was almost like a huge live action role-playing game.
Tumblr was a place that was allowing people to explore these new forms of identification.
I would say that Tumblr is probably most notorious for generating, hundreds of gender identities.
This is Natalie Wynn, a popular online commentator better known as ContraPoints.
I am a YouTuber. That is, I guess, the profession. And
Oh, is this the person on my last live stream, Marty came in and said that the person talking now has disavowed this interview, says that she should never have done it or something like that.
And my videos are about social issues or politics or media. A lot of it has been focused on gender because I'm a transgender woman. I transitioned in 2017 and have been doing videos pretty consistently ever since. People still talk about, quote, Tumblr genders. Sometimes there's 76 genders. That was a meme for years.
You could be lumigender, that is having a gender that was, illuminating like a light, or ambigender, pangender, xenogender.
They really embraced this idea of genderqueer, which is, a word that was used before non-binary.
There was also a lot of talk about otherkin.
So otherkin were people who said that although they looked like they were human, they were actually wolves or dragons. And they were quite insistent about this, that this was an identity that you could adopt.
This is where you get people who say things like, my gender is a cloud.
How much of it was just playfulness and how much appeared to be like sincere self-discovery?
Yeah, that's a great question by Megan Phelps, because I listened to this and I'm just shaking my head. This is not real. I mean, this is not real. People don't seriously think they're a cloud, right? They don't seriously think they're a wolf, right? This is just people having fun.
Well, I think that playfulness is part of self-discovery.
Natalie Wynn appreciated this aspect of Tumblr, and she says that it's exactly why some people like her were drawn to the site.
For a lot of young queer people, engaging in this imaginative play about all the possibilities of gender was like a way for them to experiment with different imaginative possibilities or what's possible with gender.
There was a culture that was encouraged on Tumblr, which was to be able to describe your unique, non-normative self.
Again, Angela Nagel.
And that's to some extent a feature of modern society anyway, but it was taken to such an extreme that people began to describe this as the snowflake, the person who constructs a totally kind of boutique and unique identity for themselves, and then guards that identity in a very, very sensitive way and reacts in an enraged way when anyone does not respect the uniqueness of their identity.
Yeah, we definitely see that today. They become enraged if people don't accept their identity. Nitty says trans is not something that happens in the teen years to explore. It's not just something that happens in the teen years to explore. Well, would you say that your statement is true 100% of the time, 90% of the time, 50% of the time? Like, I could say that you're correct some percentage of the time, but I think we have evidence of people where it's exactly that. Trans is something that they explored in the teen years, and then when they get older, they don't say they're trans. So it's definitely true once in a while.
And Nagel says that these norms around identity, and this increased sensitivity to identities of all kinds, it spread across huge swaths of Tumblr.
So that was very much the culture of Tumblr. And at the same time, you had on the other side of the political spectrum, you could say, the most insensitive culture imaginable, which was the culture of 4chan.
Dicks out for Harambe, you know what the fuck it is.
And the culture of 4chan was really based around transgression and offensiveness and the kind of fun of being offensive.
About like 30 to 45 minutes ago, I beat the fuck out of my dick so goddamn hard that I can't even feel my left leg. My left leg has went...
You know, the entire culture became a sort of a one-upmanship of who can post the most outrageous or offensive thing imaginable. And so they're going to make Holocaust jokes and they're going to make Anne Frank jokes.
Making an ethno-state is hard work.
I mean, you really gotta ask yourself, what eugenics programs are you going to use?
What type of plumbing to use in your internment camps?
So 4chan, if you've never heard of it, it was actually somewhat similar to Tumblr in that it was largely anonymous and text and image based. There were a lot of fans there, especially anime, and it had lots of porn and lots of young people. But where Tumblr attracted a lot of girls and women, 4chan skewed way more male. Back in 2014, 4chan made headlines after users there pulled this stunt that generated some panic about how hackers were able to access people's private photos in the cloud.
Several A-list stars are the target of what appears to be one of the biggest celebrity hacking leaks. Dozens of private nude photographs were apparently accessed from phones and leaked online.
Jennifer Lawrence and several other celebrities had their personal nude photos stolen out of the cloud and leaked on 4chan.
Yeah, I never knew this. I knew that she had nude photos leaked, but I never knew it came from the 4chan people, I think, stealing stuff from the Tumblr people. But here, what they're saying is Tumblr is mostly female. When I say mostly, over 50%, like 55, 60, whatever it is. And 4chan is mostly male. And here again, you see differences, I think the biological differences between men and women, between males and females. One is more the testosterone-filled, aggressive, okay to make people feel bad, and the other is, no, don't make me feel bad. I need protection. I need acceptance.
Do we even know who is
And they fueled each other in both negative ways.
this 4chan person or website?
He may, and I'm sure we're gonna be able to get
Where users shared and sold the nudes, made GIFs and memes out of them, and celebrated how much attention this got. So, in a lot of ways, the norms and mores of Tumblr and 4chan end up being these kind of mirror images of one another.
You have this kind of reinforcing culture of ultra-sensitivity on one side and this reinforcing culture of anti-sensitivity on the other side. And both of these cultures are growing at the same time.
If you've ever heard a kind of right-wing activist railing against woke culture, then you'll be hearing them condemning phrases that were popularized on Tumblr.
Microaggression,
trigger warnings,
Latinx, non-binary, two-spirit, transgender.
Even the idea of being cis as opposed to being trans, the idea that everybody was one of those two things.
Yeah, so they're making a claim all those terms, what were those terms again? Not originated, but basically were fueled up, were made bigger, more popular on Tumblr.
Being cis as opposed to being trans, the
microaggression,
trigger warnings,
Latinx, non-binary, two-spirit, transgender.
Even the idea of being cis as opposed to being trans, the idea that everybody was one of those two things.
Superior Odd asks a great question. So do you have to be a woman to care about other people's feelings, Doug? Actually, it's not a good question. That's a bit of a stupid question. Of course, the answer is no. But I think, of course, the answer is that women tend to be more compassionate, more empathetic than men in general. I think the science will back me up on that. Follow the science. I'll use definitely on the word empathy. Women tend to be more empathetic than men.
If you dig through the Wayback Machine or Google Analytics, you can see that many of these words and phrases that have become pretty mainstream on the political left and have become the focus of a lot of backlash from the political right, many of them can be traced back to their increased use on Tumblr.
People start Googling them between 2011 and 2014. That's when you see the first spike.
And this is also the same period when the use of social media in general was exploding. So more and more people were spending more and more of their time on these platforms. And you can go back and kind of watch how these ideas start to migrate outward from Tumblr.
So a good example of this is the word Latinx, right? If you look at early articles about the word Latinx, so these are articles that are coming out between 2013 and 2015, a lot of them reference Tumblr. Gabby Riviera of Autostraddle wrote, "The word Latinx has been appearing on my Tumblr dashboard for the last year." The website Latino Rebels also ran an article about the term, and they were like, this word comes from Tumblr, and we don't like it. It's from the American blogosphere, and nobody in Latin America uses it.
Even though some of these ideas were openly mocked by many people, others became quite mainstream quite quickly. So like when Facebook announced it was suddenly offering like 40 different gender identities and a lot of people were confused, do you think it's right to say that essentially they were just catching up to what Tumblr had been doing for years at that point?
Oh, of course. Facebook was definitely playing catch up.
The idea of privilege was very big. The idea that you have white privilege, male privilege, cis privilege, that really came from Tumblr and has had a sort of odd effect on discourse ever since.
And things that we wouldn't have recognized as being offensive suddenly were considered offensive. There's a real culture of like calling not only people, but media properties and the creators of those media properties problematic on Tumblr.
And so that's really where you get cancel culture in a sense, which takes sensitivity and the strengthening of taboos to such a point that anyone who transgresses them should be just totally removed from the conversation.
Which, if you remember, kind of happened to J.K. Rowling even when people loved her, when she went into these chat rooms or whatever, these forums anonymously.
Online did discover that there is a kind of clout to be gained from discovering what is problematic about a popular figure. So there used to be a Tumblr blog called Your Fave is Problematic.
Your Fave is Problematic was a Tumblr account created in 2013 by an anonymous American high school student. Initially, it was just a place where she would call out celebrities and artists, as well as their hardcore fans on Tumblr.
It was just like a list of celebrities or popular figures and all of their sort of social justice sins.
There'd be a call out of Jennifer Lawrence, who wore fake dreads for a photo shoot, or Tina Fey for a rape joke on 30 Rock.
Justin Bieber did cultural appropriation in this, and Miley Cyrus did that, and so if you like them, you're a terrible person.
But quickly, and to this high school Tumblr user's surprise, the account grew massively popular on Tumblr, and it started to create these real backlashes, leading to big stars issuing apologies.
Yeah, so it comes from people who feel like they don't belong in society, that they're different. It's a backlash that hey, if you dress a certain way, if you act a certain way, you are the bad person. Because I think so many people on Tumblr felt alone, they felt like the world doesn't accept them, they started pushing back in this way through this type of cancel culture.
And these fandoms that were such a big presence on Tumblr, they were increasingly turning on the very creators of the books and films and television shows that they were such big fans of. Whether it was Stephenie Meyer, who wrote the Twilight series and was accused of being racist, or Anne Rice, who was accused of sexism.
So if this is happening over and over and over again, and people are on other parts of the internet are making fun of Tumblr constantly about it.
And J.K. Rowling was not immune.
First Rowling backlash was in 2016, when she wrote about Native American wizards, and she wrote about skinwalkers, this idea of malevolent wizards who disguise themselves as animals. And the outcry then was about cultural appropriation, which is a very Tumblr concern, cultural appropriation, the idea that, you're borrowing bits and pieces from other cultures. You're going to a music festival and you're wearing a Native American headdress or whatever it might be. And so in 2016, J.K. Rowling was accused of Native American appropriation, of appropriating another culture. And that was the first time I thought, she is no longer left-wing enough for her fans. That's interesting.
Do you remember how it felt when you first started to see those things?
I definitely saw it in the context of this is happening everywhere. So I didn't take it super personally, but I was seeing this happen across the board to artists. And there was a kind of Puritanism that was rising that to me seemed very illiberal. So very contrary, I suppose, to my values, to my core values. So yeah, it happened.
Notice what she did? She called this type of thought illiberal, not liberal.
Happened to me. I was watching it happening to other artists. I was watching it happening to other sort of properties, creative properties, and it was inevitable. I was going to be hit with it too. Was it enjoyable? No. Did I take it really personally? No. That's the honest answer.
Didn't make a dent.
Cancel culture is probably as old as humanity in a way, but in the style of the internet, I think Tumblr was very, very central to that.
Your fave is problematic, even at the peak of its popularity, only had around 50,000 followers. The fans who turned on these different creators, they didn't represent anything close to the majority view of the artist in the hot seat, or even the average fan's views. But then, when the battles on Tumblr became enmeshed on another platform, its effects became much more far-reaching.
It's only when it gets to Twitter that it's this monster that is a complete runaway train.
Twitter is like, I don't know, it's like being on the National Mall. It's like being in Times Square. That's where you're having these fights, right? Like the biggest public.
And I believe this interview was conducted, I don't know. Was this interview conducted before or after Twitter was bought out by Elon Musk?
Forum. Every journalist in the world is on Twitter, practically. And politicians are on it. Public figures are on it. So that really changes the dynamic. When it's not fandom wars, it's like Twitter is politics. Full stop.
Twitter had two things that Tumblr lacked. One was a much larger user base, and the other was the presence of a huge number of journalists from around the world. Those journalists began to pick up these stories, publishing them in mainstream media outlets. And so this small group of people, shaped by the norms of Tumblr, appeared to have a much bigger presence in society than it actually did. That gave them more of an ability to influence politics, and it also fueled an aggressive backlash from places like 4chan.
Social justice warrior.
4chan users delighted in developing new ways to inflict reputational damage on people, who they saw as embodying these values from Tumblr.
A very common thing, for example, was raiding a person's Wikipedia page and filling it up with negative material, or putting out like fake revenge pornography, spreading outrageous lies about people.
They made fake accounts and photoshopped pictures and videos. They targeted people in the media, who they saw as perpetuating the culture of sensitivity Tumblr, giving more and more power to that side of the debate. Users on 4chan started doxing them.
Yeah, Rami Gilnius, thank you so much for your comment. Earlier you said that YouTube is 80% male, and then I asked you to double check that, and you admitted you're wrong. I appreciate that.
Swatting their houses and sending them death threats.
That was sort of very common from the, let's say, anti-political correctness side. But then on the other side, you also had things like getting people fired for a joke that was a bit off color, publicly shaming people for something that they said many years previous that.
You know what? One of these days I'm going to make a live stream where I'm going to make a list of discretions, sins, crimes, and then I'm going to make a list of punishments. And I'm going to ask people from the right and from the left to match them. Someone makes an off-colored joke about African Americans. What should the punishment be? Someone rapes a woman. What should the punishment be? And see if there's some type of consistency, some type of that it makes sense. A bit of the Jewish Judaism, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Is there some type of correlation there? And I think people on the left would want certain stronger punishments for things people on the right would say, this is nothing, and vice versa.
It has since become politically incorrect.
Is this like the phenomenon of digging up old tweets?
Yes, digging up old tweets. Or one example would be something like you find a picture of somebody and they're white and they're wearing a traditional Chinese dress, right, at an event. And somebody says this is cultural appropriation. Those kind of...
Yeah, and usually the people who say this is cultural appropriation are usually white people. Have you noticed that? I think this is true. I think I could put on a traditional Mexican outfit. Oh, men don't wear outfits. Men wear gear. But I could put on some traditional Mexican gear, and I bet you people from Mexico, citizens of Mexico, would look at that and say, hey, I like that. Good job, Pine Creek. But then female 60-year-old, 50-year-old white women would say, cultural appropriation, cancel, terrible, mean, bully.
Deliberate attempts to use public shaming and moral pressure to destroy people's livelihoods and careers.
And Nagel says that over time, the tactics and norms that emerged from these subcultures that felt embattled, they began to really shape the language and norms of internet culture more broadly.
And so we had to deal with a new sort of mean, cruel quality to the internet. What's fascinating about this is that the sensitive, politically correct culture of Tumblr is driven to greater and greater extremes because they see the enemy culture that comes from places like 4chan.
Yeah, 4chan, those evil male bullies causing the mostly female, compassionate, identity-seeking fantasy world people to even be more extreme. It's like they're fueling each other.
And likewise, the culture of 4chan is sort of inspired to become more and more extreme because they see the culture of Tumblr. And so both are not only reinforcing the culture within their communities, but by observing the other side, they feel more like their political project is necessary.
Uber Scheiser, Doug, your marriage is cultural appropriation. That is correct, sir, because when I got married to my wife, we became one flesh. So I put on the skin of a Trinidadian woman every day.
And therefore they have to become more and more extreme in order to fight this evil in the world.
You've talked about what you've described as a witch hunt impulse when it comes to dynamics of online cancel culture. What is that impulse, and what parallels do you draw maybe to the witch hunts of old?
Well, I think that there's a lot of sources of aggression. I think that aggression is a basic human instinct. I think there's a lot of kind of free-form aggression in search of a target.
Natalie Wynn has a video with the title Cancel Culture.
And aggression is predominantly a male feature.
Where she goes into detail about what she sees as some of the underlying and very human impulses inspiring people on Tumblr and beyond.
Freud discusses this, like morality can be sadistic, the sadistic superego, he calls it. And the idea is that you kind of use that kind of punishing, shaming, moral condemnation, that becomes an outlet for aggression in itself. And so I think for people, it can become a way to attack someone while also kind of feeling good about themselves, which is a very, I think, tempting place to be, right?
Yes, attacking someone and at the same time feeling good about yourself. That, I think, is describing the human condition very well. We've got to everyone on both sides try to minimize that. But this is another way of saying virtue signaling, right, to your in-group. I called Pine Creek bad because he said this. Yay, you're a good person. We're in part of a tribe together. This is why I think it's good to be tribeless. It's good to have a tribe, but keep it really, really small, and maybe just one or two different tribes. Keep it tiny. Try to avoid the big tribes. Like I'm a proud Republican, or I'm a proud Democrat, or I'm a proud atheist, or I'm a proud Southern Baptist guy.
You're trashing someone, but you feel like you're crusading.
I was starting to think about this a lot. Subcultures that have their own rigid rules, acceptable beliefs, non-acceptable beliefs, everything becoming very reductive. I was also deeply concerned by it, because to me it was a rise of the kind of authoritarianism and lack of empathy that it's in all of my books. It's in literally every book I write. Mm-hmm. If there's one thing that I stand against more than any other, it is authoritarianism. And that cuts across political persuasions, cuts through atheists all the way through to various different religions. So I was definitely seeing that. And I was becoming really concerned.
She sounds like a free speech, liberal lady. And I can appreciate that.
I think the first time I became really interested in what was going on, sort of culturally.
I've taken some time out of my busy schedule, being fabulous and doing my hair, to prepare a speech for you.
You guys recognize that voice?
Well, a few remarks, really.
It was Milo Yiannopoulos.
Feminism is cancer. Thank you very much.
The outright provocateur, I suppose you would call him.
In 2016, this battle online really started to move offline. And for many people, the person who signaled this shift was an editor from Breitbart, who essentially was the culture of 4chan in human form, Milo Yiannopoulos.
I think Milo Yiannopoulos was very much an embodiment of the moment where the culture of places like 4chan sort of bursts into the mainstream.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is Milo was a gay man. Now, if he were black, he would have been even more effective. A gay black man saying feminism is cancer.
As Milo was booked to speak on college campuses, he was increasingly met with protesters demanding that he be stopped, leading to real political violence.
And I'm watching from across the pond as he tries to speak on various campuses, and there are protests, riots.
Campus lockdown as more than 1,000 people rallied against the appearance of a controversial editor from Breitbart.
We want him deplatformed. We don't want him to speak at all.
They're using free speech as a justification to have these fascists come to Berkeley.
And I thought it was a terrible strategic error.
Overnight mayhem on campus. The University of California, Berkeley.
By the way, after this, I'm going to show you guys something that I think you will, even people on the far left are agreeing with J.K. Rowling here, that it was a grave mistake to react this way to people like Milo Yiannopoulos.
Flames as over 1,000 came out to protest.
And my feeling was, you are giving this man way more power than he deserves by behaving in this way.
Yep.
It made Milo look sexier and edgier than he deserved to look.
Is there anybody in here?
Yeah. Oh, this is so good. I think I've said this before, but I sometimes enjoy getting a rise out of people. And some people view this as bullying or hateful, but honestly, I just view this as harmless fun. But what was it? 2 days ago, I watched a video where I started to question that. Is this harmless fun? And the thing is, you never know the audience, what the background of the audience you're talking to. I watch a lot of poker, and there was a feud between Doug Polk and this other guy, and this Doug Polk basically called this other guy a supporter of pedophilia. Now that's not harmless fun, But this guy was abused and came from a horrible background, and it almost killed him. Suicidal, I think, definitely severe depression. So this whole idea of harmless fun is totally dependent on who hears it, right? Because if someone out of a stable home can hear some of the things I say and it doesn't faze them, but someone who's been abused, who's had some type of tension in their life from some of the words I might use, it's like, so, but here's the problem that we have in society. Where do you draw the line? Because sometimes these words, the comedy, satire, sarcasm, plays a role in how we figure out what is true. Like a lot of people get their news from comedians nowadays. Or they get opinions or hot takes from people like Jon Stewart, Bill Maher, Joe Rogan. So I don't know, this is something I've been struggling with recently because I don't want people to commit suicide from something I say. But the thing is, a lot of this is out of my control. Like I can say something that I think is totally harmless, but to someone else, it can be totally harmful. This is why I still lean that the goal in life should be to get stronger, not ask the world to become nicer. There was something else I was going to say, and now it eludes me. Let me back it up and see if it joggles my memory.
Giving this man way more power than he deserves by behaving in this way. It made Milo look sexier and edgier than he deserved to look.
Is there anybody in here who hates me? Yes, there we go. Thank you.
I thought it was a strategically appalling turn. Get on that platform and eviscerate his ideas. Get on that platform and expose him for the charlatan that he is.
Yes, what she's saying here is instead of just reacting in the way of, no, don't talk, scream over him, cancel him, whatever you want to call it, have a conversation. Like this is I think J.K. Rowling would call herself a liberal or a leftist, but she's in the UK, so whatever that means. This is a person I can get behind, an ally with, so to speak. We can have disagreements, but let's have a conversation. We can even have a conversation on this whole idea of hurtful rhetoric, bullying. When is bullying, really bad? When is it just not so bad? In fact, it could be good. Bullying can be good because it helps kids toughen up, get prepared for real life. Some people say that, by the way.
Back hard, but you've given him so much power by refusing to talk.
Milo went from relative obscurity to being a regular on primetime television and political talk shows in just a few months.
You know, I have marched in my life. I've certainly been part of mass movements. I've signed petitions and I've demonstrated in certain ways. But when it comes to a speaker like that, I just thought they were undermining their own ends. In fact, I thought they were serving his purposes because he was able to walk away from that saying, look, they don't dare debate me. This is...
Yes. Oh, man. I got so much in common with J.K. Rowling. It is like that one video I made where I basically looked in the camera and say, don't let me manipulate you. Like, Milo Yiannopoulos can look into the camera, can look into the eyes of someone on the far left and say, don't let me trigger you. Don't let me manipulate you. And it's almost guaranteed that they will be triggered and manipulated. I know what I was going to say. The people who I are the closest to, that I would say I would view as closer friends, are the people where I cannot manipulate, that I could not trigger. where I can say outlandish stuff to most people's ears, at least, and it doesn't faze them. To those people, I say, you can be my friend. To those people who I can say a joke, be sarcastic, a comment that might be perceived by some people as being rude, harmful, that they're what I sense is an automatic knee-jerk reaction to it. Those people I don't want to be friends with. I want to be friends with people who are strong, that I can't manipulate them. I think I've noticed that about myself. If I look at the people in my life, in real life too, that I don't get a rise out of them. And the thing is, with those people, I don't even try, of course, to get a rise out of them, because it's like they got like a 2-inch leather or plastic suit on. It's like, has no effect. They take my fun away, and for that, they can be my friend.
How dangerous and edgy I am.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we want to cast the alt-right in that light, but inadvertently...
That's exactly what they're doing.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Rowling says that she was alarmed watching people who she saw as being on her side of the political aisle, behaving in a way that she felt broke with her deeply held principles, even when the target was someone who she agreed was offensive and immoral, and a political opponent. And she started to think that maybe this was something she needed to speak up about.
I was becoming unnerved by some of what I was seeing. I thought the way this activist movement is behaving is troubling me.
Mm-hmm. And I think people on the far left, let's say, are slowly agreeing with J.K. Rowling on this, and I'll provide evidence of that coming up soon.
But then, she started to see that it wasn't just her political opponents who were being treated this way.
I was starting to see activists behaving in a very aggressive way outside feminist meetings.
These are trans activists protesting outside a feminist meeting. They're shouting TERF. It stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists.
Like, what were they doing?
There was a feminist meeting in which they were banging and kicking on windows, very threatening. They were masked. Which, frankly, is never a good look. If you're a good guy, you're probably not going to be standing there in a black balaclava. I watched that happening and I was deeply disturbed, because now this movement that I started being interested in, now this is really happening. It's playing out very fast.
Fuck you! Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit!
Yeah, did you hear that? F you, you ugly piece of... Like, it doesn't matter what side you're on the political fence, but when I hear people reacting this way, this emotionally, whether during a protest or whatever, my immediate thought is, you had bad parents. You weren't raised right. I will judge you. I will judge the parents. Not in a million years, I'll make this, and I could be wrong, not in a million years will one of my kids act this way to another human face to face. I would bet my net worth on it that my kids will never do that, unless maybe they're drugged, if they're high on something, someone slipped them something that they didn't know. But this is not who they are. So whether you lean on the left or the right and you react this way, my immediate thought is, you didn't have a good dad. I know it bothers people to even hear that, but I bet you that's true.
You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist! Nobody knows who you are and nobody cares, and you will die alone! You will die alone and you will burn in hell!
You will die alone, you'll burn in hell. Is that the end? Well, yeah, I'm saying it's free speech. They have the right to say it, but I have the right to judge. I have the right to judge the parents. Yeah, that was the end. Okay, so that's the end of the J.K. Rowling part, but I promised some evidence of, I think people on the far left are starting to agree with J.K. Rowling that the way they have been doing things is not effective. And my friend Reed from Cordial Curiosity, little plug there for him, sent me this yesterday. Portland State University President Stephen Percy indicates there will be no criticism of trans ideology allowed on campus. Instead, cotton candy, temporary tattoos, and coloring will be available. Let's read the exact thing. Let me make this big. But maybe I'll lose resolution. I don't know. Is this going to help? No. That doesn't help. Okay, I'll just read it. Dear campus community, this was sent out yesterday or the day before. Recent headlines have pointed out that the anti-trans bills legislatures across the country have doubled since last year, with 469 bills introduced and 38 new laws on the books in 13 states. Many loud voices have made no secret of their desire to target trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse people. I actually fact-checked that, and it's close, at least. But I started looking up some of these bills, and there's a site called, well, the ACLU has provided a summary, and I just went through like 3 of these bills, and the first bill was on, this bill would further provide the use of any premise minors material harmful, that no sexual conduct should be in front of kids, like pornography, that sort of thing. Another bill was on transgender sports. This bill would require all public 2-year and 4-year institutions of higher education to prevent biological males from participating. Like, are these are bills that the majority of the United States agree with. In fact, I would say if you really were to press people on the far left on some of these bills, I think a lot of them you could get to agree with. It's just, I think, this is my opinion, but I think it's promoted as, oh, we're targeting trans, we want to deny their existence. This is all nonsense. Nobody's targeting that you should be killed or that people should hurt you violently, physically. This is, no, if you were born with a penis, you can't run against girls in track and field. That's it. And if that makes you sad, then be sad. And bills about what you can't say to kids early on, I think most people would agree in theory. It's the details where there'd be differences in degree, not in the general concept. We just don't want to teach young kids, like a 6-year-old, just anything, right? There's some limits, right? And people on the left and right just agree what those limits are. Like, I think most people here would be against teaching sodomy at age 6. Like, teaching them what it means, showing illustrations. Like, I would be shocked if someone on the far left would say, oh no, we should teach that in grade 6, or age 6, age 7. So if there's a bill just saying you shouldn't do that, I think people on the far left say, yeah, I support that bill. But anyhow, let me get back to this main thing. At Portland State, we are committed to being a safe space for all members of the queer community to learn and thrive. We recognize the toll this campaign and the media that surrounds it has on the queer and trans members of our community, along with their family and friends. Please know that there are resources that all may find supportive in the current environment. So apparently, I guess some speakers are coming on, and the president thought that he had to write this. Our colleagues at the Queer Resource Center offer many resources and opportunities to connect and show support, including a affinity groups, trans social space, tea time, trans and gender expansive celebration and community hour. Another way of showing support is to donate. Okay. So that's what the president said. And then the Queer Resource Center at Portland University said this. We received word that some provocateurs with anti-gender affirming care viewpoints are coming to campus next week to instigate debate over access to gender affirming care for minors. As queer and trans members of the PSU community, we want to affirm, celebrate, and uplift the gift, joy, and power that is inherent to trans folks and the experience of gender diversity. The intention of provocateurs is not to invite productive dialogue. Their tactic is to provoke students, faculty, and staff, record it, and turn our community into clickbait material to be consumed by other folks. This is what J.K. Rowling was saying. She was saying that when you give people like Milo Yiannopoulos, if you start reacting to him by saying, I hope you die alone and you fascist pig and all this sort of thing, it turns into clickbait and it's used against them. So I think people on the far left are starting to wake up to this and saying, don't do that. You're going to be on libs of TikTok on Twitter if you do. But I also find it interesting that they know the intention of the provocateurs before even hearing them. This is like getting deep into the psyche. How do you know they're a provocateur? Who's the people that are coming? How do you really know their intent? Maybe, at least some of them, want to have a civil dialogue. Now listen to this. This is hilarious to me. So their tactic is to provide students and faculty, to provoke them, record it, and turn our community into clickbait material to be consumed by other folks and anti-trans stances. These provocateurs, these folks, are trained to stay calm and within their rights to share their opinions on public property under the First Amendment. I find it interesting that this queer group in Portland is admitting that these provocateurs are calm and they have the right to do what they're doing. But their calmness and their right under the First Amendment to share their opinions causes some people on the left to do things which become clickbait material. So my advice to the queer community in Portland is to also stay calm and to civilly share your opinions under the First Amendment. Legally, listen to this at the bottom, legally we cannot stop them, but we wish we could, my interjection there, but we can ignore them and not give them what they want, a reaction from us and further polarization. Yeah, this is basically J.K. Rowling's advice. Don't feed the beast. But we can ignore them. I wonder if the queer community in Portland want to be ignored too. Maybe. They go on to say, in a radical act of resistance, we invite you to ignore and disengage from provocateurs and turn towards community and supporting trans and gender people directly. So let me paraphrase. What they're saying is, ignore people who disagree with you and go back to your bubble. We invite all PSU students, faculty, and staff to support purpose and values of the Queer Resource to Social Hour 12 to 1. We provide cotton candy, crafts, temporary tattoos, and community. It sounds like kindergarten. Be prepared to show your PSU ID. If you feel angry or upset and want to take action, please give us money. Please donate to QRC Foundation account or volunteer with us. All funds raised in the next month will go directly to creating bigger, better, and more inclusive Trans Day of empowerment, resistance, and resilience. Yeah. My advice to the queer community is to use the same tactic as these provocateurs. What they admit as saying, by being calm and sharing your opinion under free speech in the First Amendment, do that. Have no reaction emotionally. Stay calm. State your opinions clearly. Give your arguments. Give your evidence. What is this? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I already read that. So that ties into what J.K. Rowling was saying. And I think the far left is finally waking up that they're losing this battle of public opinion. Like, for example, with those bills against transgenders and transgender females in female sport, or women in female sports. Like, I think it's 58% public opinion. No. If you were born a biological male, you can't do female sports. Case closed. And it's growing. And I prophesy, I think that it will continue to grow. Yeah, I did some background checking on the president of Portland University, director for urban initiatives, chair drafting team for campus diversity, sounds like a bit of like a community organizer. Yeah, let me see here. I think what I said before about 6 in 10 favor requiring transgender athletes to compete on teams that match their sex at birth. Yeah, it's about 60%. I predict in 10 years it'll be higher than that, maybe 70%. Oh, yeah. Let's check global temperature. The temperature of the planet has not increased. The global temperature of the planet has not increased since 2016. Okay, we're good there. Sea levels. Hasn't changed. Sea levels have not gone up in 8 months, looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 months. Okay, we're good there. Should check NASA's website every week. That way it will help assuage your sense of urgency and fear and anxieties. I'll try not to go 5 hours today. Yep, anti-trans legislation is political winner. Yep. Yeah, most of the legislation out there is about what to teach kids and sports, CRT related. And yeah, Charles B., you're right. It's a political winner because most people realize you shouldn't tell a white child that they're inherently racist because they're white. Most parents don't like that. Even black parents don't like that. I would make that claim. If you value privacy, stop demanding everyone celebrate and affirm you. Yeah. Well, the goal of every group, minority group, I think, queer group, the goal should be that nobody cares about you, right? The goal should be that there isn't a Gay Pride Month. That should be your goal, that there no longer needs to be a Gay Pride Month. Really, what the goal for minorities and people in the queer community is to be like cis males, right? That comes to a point where we don't even care about you. We don't need to support you because you feel well supported already. Are people of color better athletes? In 100-meter sprints, and if you're from certain high elevation places in Africa, long distance running, yes. And the science behind that is fast twitch muscle fiber, and the other one is more environmental, being born and raised in a thinner atmosphere. This is more frustrating than young Earth creationists. What's more frustrating, Uber? Does anybody want to come on and talk to me? Which are America's top 10 problems touching most of the population? What does that mean? I should tweet Megan Phelps here. Maybe she wants to come on. Am I following her? Yeah. I'll do it later. There's another video I was going to play, but I think I won't. But maybe next time I'll play it. And it has to do with merit. So maybe next week we'll talk about. Has the whole idea of meritocracy gone by the wayside? The whole idea of you did something very, very well. We should reward based on what you do. We should reward based on results. Is that now gone in the United States, or is it going down in the United States? These people, what makes you mad is these people defending kids transitioning and attacking Florida bill, as I think said Sunday, worse than Christian evangelicals. Yeah, I think even people on the left are hesitant to say, okay, a 16-year-old should be able to have certain parts of her body removed without the parents even knowing. I think a lot of people on the left say, yeah, that's bad. And I think a lot of people on the left even agree that if you're going to start removing parts of people's anatomy, that you should be pretty sure what you're doing is the right thing to do. I think people on the left even agree with that. People on the right would lean towards just saying, no, don't do it no matter what until they become adults. And so you can agree or disagree with both sides, but at some point we have to come to a compromise. And I've listed some compromises out. Would you consider yourself a nationalist? Depends what you mean by nationalist. Do I love America? Yeah. It's given me a lot of opportunity in my life. Would I rather live in the United States than Canada? Yeah. Would I follow whatever the political leaders of the time say? No. Because I might disagree with them. Do I have blind allegiance? No. Not blind. I would love to hear someone call in with an argument for teaching and affirming trans kids in school. Well, there's a challenge issued by Franklin. Guess you got to be more specific with school. I think you're talking about elementary, junior high, right? Like the whole idea of affirming someone is because they don't feel good about themselves. There's no need to affirm someone who already is stable, has their identity figured out. So in a sense, groups that need affirming are in some sense already unstable or have a need to be viewed in a certain way, in a positive light. People who, I'm just going to be very dogmatic here, but people who have been raised well don't have that need. Should we affirm kids cutting themselves? Just curious about if it's just about genitals. The right doesn't want adults to transition either. The theocracy in Missouri, where I live, just tried to pass that as legislation and had to be blocked by a federal judge. Yeah, I'm against that, honestly, atheist. I lean right, and I would say if an adult wants to chop off, sorry, I try not to use triggering language. If an adult wants to remove their genitals, they should have that right. But don't ask me to pay for it, or any other taxpayer, in my opinion. And I think most people are like that. I mean, would give that opinion that the issue is about children, very young people. And yes, there's a gray area when teenagers become adults. Are white people under attack? B. Guzman, I would say answer this way. I would say, think about this. Do this thought experiment. Imagine the most hurtful, vile things you could say to a human being about their either gender, sex, skin color, any type of demographic type stuff, okay? So make a list on paper. All the negative things you could say about a black person, all the negative things you can say about a Hispanic, a gay person, a transgender person. Imagine all those really negative things one can utter to these groups of people, including cis white people. Now, here's my question to you, B. Guzman, and I want you to be very honest with your answer. Out of all those demographics, which would you feel the most comfortable coming on and saying out loud? To which demographic? Which demographic could you come on right now and feel the most comfortable saying the most negative things about? And my guess is your answer is going to be a white cis male. And if you do answer that way, my guess is a lot of people will answer that way. So in that aspect, white people are indeed, especially men, under the most attack. But I would also say that white males are probably the strongest to take it. Woo. So really, if you agree with that, your goal should be to have that mindset that you can take it. Like, I think you can say the worst. You can call me a white fascist. You could call me a racist. You can call me a bully. You can call me a person who deserves to die alone and go to hell. You could say all those things about me. Now try saying that to a transgender black woman. Publicly. You could say it about me publicly, and I bet you nothing will happen to you. Nothing negative will happen to you. Now try that with a black transgender female. You'd be in trouble. You could actually tell all your friends at work that you said this about a white man, but if you say something similar about a black transgender woman, you could be fired. You probably won't be fired saying it about a white straight man. So in that sense, to answer your question, yeah, white men are probably the most attacked because there's the least amount of consequence, negative consequence against them for whoever's doing the attacking. That's just science. As a Hispanic, I find myself defending Caucasians in Hispanic liberal circles. The parade of whining on conservative media says different. Well, the question was about people attacking other people. How they respond to it, that's a different question. What's the second safest group to attack? White females. White dudes empower the biggest snowflakes. Maybe. Well, we could test that, right? Let's make a list of very negative things to say about people. Let's bring in a black woman, a black transgender woman, a Hispanic woman, an Asian woman, a white man, and let's test it. Let's see who has the most negative response for them personally, and then whoever watches who calls who the worst names. It's feel sorry for ism, and I know people hate this term, but if I were to attack a 4-year-old child verbally, like let's say a 4-year-old somehow got on this live stream and I berated them verbally, I would look like a monster. But if I was to do something similar to a 50-year-old white man, I would still be viewed in bad light, but not as much as doing it to a 4-year-old. So when people have this backlash on you can't attack certain people, it's most acceptable to attack a straight white man. A 4-year-old child's probably the worst to attack. And then transgenders, minorities, they're somewhere in between. Women. And one could actually say because they're the most childlike, because they don't know who they are, they're lacking identity. That would get some feathers ruffled, right? What I just said. Tell your boss he is dumb or lazy. Yeah, Fenton Mully, that reminds me of that celebrity roast of Charlie Sheen. And then one comedian, I can't even repeat it. But, hey, Charlie, if you could call your boss beep, 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 everybody would do it and still expect to keep their job. The most oppressed group in history, gamers. When conservatives give facts, it's whining. When left demands the whole world change its progress. Can someone name one piece of legislation passed by the Republican House to deal with inflation? Yes, I can. It's very recent. The debt ceiling bill that was passed in the House recently won't get passed in the Senate and will be vetoed. One could argue that the spending cuts will help lower inflation. But my guess is, Charles B., you would need to know things about science, not science, finance and economics to understand why. Wouldn't make a dent for Doug. He already sleeps in separate beds with his wife. What? Oh, I got to know what Fenton Molly said. Any questions about the podcast? Any comments about J.K. Rowling part? Should we cry for you? Do you need a parade now? No, B. Guzman, because I know who I am, unlike you. B.S. Lewis, what did Fenton Molly say that you brought up my sex life? White dudes in power are the biggest. No, that's not it. If had a chance to slap someone, who would you do it? A homeless man or a stockbroker? I have to choose one? Probably the homeless man, because the stockbroker could sue me. But it'd be a light slap. Light slap. Share the link. What link are you talking about? Do you think social media affects IQ? I don't know. I lean towards no, but thoughts on AI? How many years till we die? Well, I think for most of us listening right now, the average is probably 40 years before you die. I read something this morning about how AI is literally removing 8,000 jobs on a certain, what company was it? I forget. But it is going to take jobs. I think the entertainment industry, like real entertainment, like musicals and drama, comedy, and then medical industries will be like practical care, actually touching other humans. Those jobs are pretty secure. But anything that is that can be reduced to an algorithm, like lawyers, you got to be careful. Criminal law, going into speaking in front of a jury, that AI is not going to touch that. But you want a will, this has been happening for years. How to start your own LLC, that sort of thing. It's becoming easier and easier to do with AI. Charles B., can you show me on the doll where Republicans hurt you? You asked the question, I answered very specifically, and I think it was a good answer. And now you're doing whataboutism about the past. I've been recently using that type of terminology because I know it bothers people on the left, and I'm helping them, encouraging them to become stronger. Because usually when you hear the phrase or the word whataboutism, it's usually someone on the left saying it to the right. I've been saying it a lot to the left recently. I'd rather a robot do surgery on me. You sure about that? Oh, talking about surgery and surgeons, did you know the majority of surgeons are Republican and the majority of psychologists are Democrat? Fun fact. The majority of surgeons are Republican, the majority of psychologists are Democrat. But you shouldn't feel bad. Because everybody thinks surgeons are dicks. And everybody thinks psychologists have it right. Oh, this will be interesting. A conservative brain is more active in different areas than a liberal one. Well, that's just science. Brain scans show that people who self-identify as conservative have larger and more active right amygdalas. This aligns with the idea that feeling afraid makes people lean more right. Yeah, when you fear things like kids getting things removed from their body, people who lean right definitely are more fearful. On the other hand, feeling safe and endowed with strength might make you lean a little more liberal than you otherwise would. Yeah, that's why they like socialism. It makes them feel safe. I think liberals are less risk-taking than conservatives. That's why more women are Democrats. Liberals are less squeamish about looking at yucky stuff like vomit, feces, and blood. I would agree with that. Conservatives tend to display more ordered thinking patterns, whereas liberals have more aha moments. Yeah, that describes my live stream chat. Conservatives tend to be more ordered. Liberals tend to be more fanciful. Aha, epiphanies. I just thought of this. By the way, this is from a 2016 study at Northwestern University. Liberals tend to follow the wandering gaze of others more often, while conservatives' eyes stay more focused on the original subject they're looking at. Yeah, that makes sense, because liberals take more drugs. So they have a wandering gaze. Conservatives, they feel more confident, so they can make more eye contact. You guys triggered yet? 2010 researchers at University of Nebraska. Holding conservative views seems to make people more resistant to change and help them explain inequality. Oh, that's just science. Liberal and conservative tastes in music and art are different. Of course, they're different. Conservatives like gospel music, and liberals like that thrash music. Liberals are more likely to describe themselves as compassionate and optimistic. Really? Optimistic? While conservatives are more likely to say they're people of honor and religion. I'm proud to be an American, because at least I know I'm free. From the 1980s. Studies from the 1980s showed that conservatives preferred more simple paintings, familiar music, and unambiguous texts and poems, while liberals enjoyed more cubist and abstract art. Yeah, abstract art represents their brain scans. Conservatives believe they have more self-control. Yeah, that goes along with the study of I showed from Jonathan Haidt last time about the locus of power. Conservatives believe the locus of power is internal, whereas liberals are more likely to say the locus of power is external. Society is causing me to be this way. If only you would accept me and you, society, would treat me well. Whereas conservatives says, I don't care about you, society. I make my own path. People are different. Liberals and conservatives extend feelings of compassion to different people. Yes, conservatives tend to extend compassion to more closer inner circles. Liberals are more broaden, except a bigger group. Conservatives tend to report feeling greater meaning and a sense of purpose in life than liberals do. Yes, that's why liberals do more drugs. This is why liberals need people to accept them and validate them. Because conservatives already have that greater meaning and sense of purpose. Probably because conservatives tend to be more religious and they get that meaning and purpose from their religion. I got to look at the These are all from studies, Guzman. Researchers at University of Southern California. Research also suggests that shared values likely matter more to shared politics when it comes to who we vote for. I've been saying this for a long time. Shared values. Yeah, I could very easily vote for a Democrat, left-leaning person if they share my values. One British study found that voters who were aggressive, angry kids were more likely to distrust the government and lean liberal as adults. Whoa! So if you were an aggressive, angry kid, you're more likely to lean liberal when you become an adult? I'm not sure if I buy that one, especially the distrust of government. But it's science. Who am I to disagree with science? Both conservatives and liberals think they're always being fair. Well, liberals definitely do. I don't know. Conservatives always think they're being fair. Like, here's a counterexample. Like, no, maybe they are right. The counterexample I was thinking about, I think, fails. It's the difference of who you're being fair to, I think. There we go. That's the end of all those studies. But I was trying to find the one about surgeons and psychologists. I think it was something like 64% of psychologists are Democrats, and higher than that were surgeons. February 23rd, 2023, Major Association of U.S. Doctors make official statement of transgender procedures for minors. Where is this from? The Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, doctors, is warning about unknown and unknowable long-term risks it says are inherent to gender-affirming care in minors, adding that the consequences of gender transition surgery are irreversible. Gender-affirming procedures include so-called puberty blockers, sex hormones and surgery, castration, penectomy? What is that? What's penectomy? Mastectomy, I know what that is. And Nonpartisan Professionals Association, blah, blah, blah. The AAPS warns that gender transition procedures are generally irreversible and have a high probability of causing sterilization. Such procedures in minors also are medically and ethically contraindicated due to lack of informed consent. Physicians and medical professionals should refuse to be mandated or coerced to participate in procedures to which they have ethical or scientific objections. Biological sex cannot be changed, AAPS. Gender fluidity is controversial. Whenever I see things, this is from U.S. News. I save it in my file, but then I forget about it. What percentage of kids are transgender? I think it's 2%. But I think it's 1 in 5 are part of that group you're supposed to feel sorry for, like queer, non-binary, transgender. Oh, it's a penisectomy. Got it. I should have guessed that. It's culturally cool to be trans in many areas in the U.S. How do we account for these kids caught up in the trend when we give hormones and the like? I don't think we should be doing it. Well, there's definitely something called peer pressure, and when you get attention and love and support, like that Portland University thing I read earlier, when there's infrastructure in place, communities in place to do nothing but affirm you and support you, and if you are alone, depressed, and you know you can get a support group, and you're not sure if you're trans or you're just confused, but you're desperately seeking love and support and acceptance, hey, you're a little more likely to say you're trans, I think. I think that's pretty reasonable to say. I would say, B. Guzman, so far in this live stream, I have spent 2% of my time talking about trans. So I'm very fair. I've been going now for 2 hours. That's 120 minutes. Yeah, I'd say 2 to 5%. Because I spent the first hour alone talking about J.K. Rowling's thing. I always love it when people say I spend too much time talking about this, because it lets me know that I'm effective in changing people's ideas and views, because they want me to be quiet. So every time, B. Guzman, when you say stuff like that, it encourages me. You're basically saying you're good, Doug. Are trans-only minors having these types of surgeries? No. I'm against breast implantation for minors as well. I'm against steroids for kids just so they can look like a muscle man, a bodybuilder. I'm against that as well. I'm consistent. Now, if a kid's dying of cancer, and steroids can help them there, that's different in my opinion. But if it's for just to feel more accepted or feel better about themselves psychologically, no. As you can tell, psychological health and physical health, although related, I do separate them. And I know a lot of people just disagree with me on that. And that's fine. We can disagree. Yeah, good point, Dark, and I'm against tattoos for minors. Why don't you talk about climate change and biodiversity loss? I just talked about climate change a few minutes ago. I brought up the NASA website. You must have came late, Sean Kelly. Let's pick on a minority, Pine Creek politics. You're like a Christian going after the 50% of atheists in the U.S. Thank you, B. Guzman. You're telling me I'm doing well and I'm very effective. Hey, B. Guzman, I'm going to ask a question. It's a very controversial question I'm going to ask you. And some people are going to view this question as very rude, but I am very curious. And in my mind, when I read comments like this, these are the first thoughts that hop in my mind. But did you have a biological father that stayed in the home for the majority of your youth, all of your youth? You don't have to answer it, of course, but I'm just very curious. If you're willing to answer that question, like the father that got your mother pregnant, was he in your home during the time you grew up? I'm guessing no. And I want you to say I'm wrong. Okay, good. I'm wrong. I think that yes means I'm wrong. Because I've been very open why I think I am the way I am. And that is because I was raised on a farm, very stable home, very good home. And that's why I lean right. Why do you think, B. Guzman, you lean left? Like, be very honest. I'm honest with the biases I have. Can you be honest with yours? Of why do you think you are the way you are? Why do you think you, well, whatever. You know what I mean by left, I think. This is the point where Doug strawmans, knowing the chances are 50-50. Tim West, did you have a father in your home? I got a 50-50 chance. I'm kidding. You're an immigrant. From where? So we're both immigrants. I'm from Canada, originally. Where are you from? Everyone, be more like Doug. So what's the difference between the live chat and the top chat? Like, are some comments missing? Guzman doesn't sound like a Canadian name. Well, careful now, BS Lewis. Canada's very multicultural. A farm killed my parents. Show me on the doll where the farm hurt you. No, but it's an interesting question to ask of why do you think people have the biases they have? For me, I think it's because, well, let me say this. When I was young, very young, I was really good at certain things at a very young age, and I got a lot of affirmation from that. I accomplished a lot of things at a very early age. That gave me a sense of worth, along with my parents raising me, being on the farm, responsibility, all that sort of thing. So that explains me, right? Some of it explains me. And I'm curious, like, what explains you, Guzman? South America, you're an immigrant from? What explains you, Tim West? Like, why do you think, really, we're so different? Like, why am I more likely to say that locus of power is from within, and you're more likely to say the locus of power is from the society around you? Why am I more likely to blame certain members of an African American culture for being horrible parents, fatherless homes, that sort of thing? And whereas some people on the left would say, no, it's systemic racism. Why do you think that is? What's going on? And don't give like a stupid answer like, well, you're just a bad guy and I'm a good guy. Like, let's unpeel that onion. I got the live chat on right now. Because I rejected religion when I was 4 years old. Well, it took you 4 decades to do it. Well, no, but if you reject it at 4 years old, then it's basically not rejecting it at all. You basically, all your life, you've been non-religious. So I reject your rejection of religion as an excuse. Like, were your parents still religious when you rejected it? I doubt it, right? You're basically saying you were always non-religious. Don't tell me you remember deeply things about when you were 3 or 4. because there's many people who are raised on a farm, not many, but we'll say some, raised on a farm, stable homes, who lean left. So why am I different? Maybe it is genetics. And there's people who are raised in non-religious homes or not religious at a very young age who lean right, Tim West. So I don't know the answer to these questions. I'm asking, like, what's the root cause of these differences in people? Probably friendships. Are more high IQ people on the left? I would say emotional IQ, definitely. But I've read studies that go both ways on that. Like I said earlier, most surgeons are Republican and most psychologists are psychologists. So you do the math. If you weren't good at science, you went into psychology. When I emigrated, I was not accepted in the community. Hey, B. Guzman, now we're getting to some deep stuff. Now we're getting some explanation going in here. So you did have a father, but you didn't feel accepted by community when you immigrated. So here's my hypothesis. So now you have a soft spot in your heart for other communities who are not accepted. That's just reasonable hypothesis, right? I asked people if they want to call in, and nobody responded with a yes. I prefer to keep my whereby closed until someone says I want to come in, because then my audio gets screwed up. I have not found a solution to it. There's no such thing as emotional IQ. Okay, I kind of agree with that, but you know what I mean by it. When you realize that people will take advantage with lies and BS, you questions all those who are doing that, religious and conservatives. Yeah, to me that comment is kind of assuming that the left can't do lies and bullshit. And if that's your assumption, I tell you, you haven't lived yet. If you say that most lies and bullshit come from one side of the political aisle over another, like that is like one of the most biased things I've heard today. A lot of therapists lack common sense nowadays because they've over intellectualized socializing, I think. You're more of a boomer than me, Uber. Acceptance is subjective. The left has to have a boogeyman to blame and make themselves feel more moral. The right don't usually need that. Can't have a victim without a victimizer. Yeah, I wouldn't say, oh yeah, you said the right usually don't need that. There's definitely times where they do, I think. But yeah, the whole critical race theory, some proponents would say that you need an oppressor and then a victim. Are colleges and universities hotbeds of liberalism? I would say leftism, wokeism. But I would say that's only true for public universities. So I think you could take non-public universities compared to public universities, and you'll find there's probably more left-leaning people in public universities and more right-leaning people in private universities. And if you take an average IQ of public versus private, would you really get higher IQs? I doubt it. My guess is they'd be about the same. I, as a person who leans right, would never say that people on the right are smarter than people on the left. As an average, over many communities, many demographics. But it sounds like some people here want to say that about the left. If you would have been born in the 1800s, would you be okay with slavery? 1800s? Probably not, but if you go back to maybe the 1600s, I probably would be. And I bet you would too, be Guzman. Well, I should say it this way. If you were middle class or higher, you would be. If you were a slave, you wouldn't be. The same holds true for me. If I was a slave in the 1600s or 1800s, I wouldn't be for it. If I wasn't a slave in the 1600s, 1800s, I'd be for it. But this is a safe bet. If everybody here were born and raised in 3000 BC, everybody would say slavery is okay. Even the slaves. Because it's just part of life, they would say. Do you think there's a correlation between objectivity and conservatism? Yes. How high that correlation is, I don't know. In other words, I think, especially in the United States, postmodernism is correlated with people who lean left. The left and right are equal in IQ, but I think the left thinks they're smarter. Well, I think you'll find people on both sides who think one side's smarter than the other. The better way to say it is that there's differences in values, and like I read earlier, even in art. True fun fact, Mitesh Patel, it was the Republicans who brought the United States out of slavery. His name was Lincoln. He's on Mount Rushmore. Would you move to a more capitalist country like Hong Kong? Maybe. But I don't know, do they speak Mandarin there? I don't know the language, so. Top Chat's the woke brother of live chat, tries to improve the world with random censorship. Huh. Well, I got the live chat open. What you're seeing on the screen is live chat. Okay, I guess I will open up the room because otherwise you guys are too scared. Is postmodernism not a rejection of the subjective? Postmodernism, I think, leans towards the rejection of the objective, right? That my truth, your truth sort of thing. But I'll say I don't know. I'll be safe. I don't know. They speak money. Cantonese? Yeah, I don't know Cantonese or Mandarin. Hang on a second, what's going on? There we go. There were anti-slavery advocates in ancient Greece. Slavery was banned in India in 400 BCE. Yeah. Well, there's definitely areas of the world where people were more for it and more against it. Why is Mississippi so poor? It's not the politics, right? Why is Mississippi so poor? I would say a couple things. Part of it is its history of religion. And so that kept him back. Part of it could be environmental. I don't know too much about Mississippi, but I don't think they have as good as farmland as they do in some other Midwestern states. Can someone from Mississippi confirm or deny? Postmodernism rejects grand narratives like life is suffering. Okay, so what good is postmodernism? What does it give me? Do you like the Electoral College? I have mixed feelings about it. I understand why it's there. Manitoba is right next to North Dakota. Like, good luck with North Dakota having a say if it's based on population size. But they're still a pretty big state, like in land area. They provide a lot of food for the country. But on the other hand, like, why shouldn't popular vote win? Room's open if anybody wants to call in. Mississippi is confirmed to have a high concentration of Klan members. Okay. Votes should be tallied by acreage. That's not a bad idea. Can you imagine, what do you think the country would be like if you had to own land in order to vote? If you got to own 1 acre or more to vote, how do you think the United States would be different? I think it would be harder for Democrats to win, to be honest. You guys agree with that? If starting tomorrow, you can only vote if you own 1 acre or more land, I think it would be very hard for Democrats to win. Why you guys ask me a question about postmodernism? I don't know. I don't know much about it. If someone wants to come on and give me a 5-minute or less summary of postmodernism, if you think you know about it, you can give me a 5-minute summary. If everything was the same for you except your skin color, how would you be different? I will make this claim publicly. If everything was the same about me, but my skin was dark, I would have a lot more money. Sean Kelly.
Hello.
Are you going to give me a summary of postmodernism in 5 minutes or less?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay.
I'm not that woke.
Okay, what did you want to talk about?
Yeah, so the trans stuff. It's pretty controversial nowadays. I don't know why. Well, I do know why, because it's increasing and the conservatives don't like it. I don't know, it's the stuff in the water, I'd say. No, it's not. Sorry.
Well, it's increasing at such a high rate that the conservatives will be trans themselves in about 10 years. So there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Climate change was sorted out afterwards as well. But anyway, I'm more worried about climate change and freaking biodiversity loss and freaking and the chemicals turning the frogs gay as well. Than freaking. Well, actually, no. To be fair, I am worried about the humans. To be fair, so many things to worry about.
What's
I care too much.
What's the thing you're most worried about?
Climate change and biodiversity loss.
Okay,
and maybe
let's take climate change. Why are you worried about climate change?
Well, it's probably more important than the trans issue right now, but nobody really wants to talk about it because it's too scary, I think.
But why is it scary? Why are you worried about climate change?
Because if it's true, what I'm hearing, it's going to cause a lot of suffering and
like what? Be
like
specific. What kind of suffering, and how is that suffering going to happen?
Well, okay, I'm not expert, but I do follow it a lot. Okay. So, it's probably gonna make us all like immigrate. I mean, like what the IPCC basically said. You know what the IPCC report there? There's a big IPCC report there.
What did they say?
It was like a month ago. They said it was gonna cause like 1 billion refugees in the next 50 years or something. And like
because why is there going to be more refugees? I think I know the answer, but I'm just quizzing you.
Because the environment is going to get worse. So they have to move to different places.
My guess is a lot of the emigration to other countries is going to happen not so much because of climate change, but because they'll use climate change as an excuse to get into a country with higher standard of living.
That too, but I'd say that's probably going to be a minority. I mean, the Western countries are going to have to move as well, because right now in Spain, there was like record drought, and like, I mean, there's pretty bad drought going on now in Spain and Italy.
California had record flooding this spring.
Yeah, but they had record drought before that, so it's not really the climate is like.
Are you saying we got droughts and floods and droughts and floods? You're saying, yeah, that's called the weather.
Yeah. That's what the Trump supporters say.
Well, that's true though, right? Whenever no, listen to me. Hear me out. When someone on the right says, "Oh, climate change, it was cold here. I mean, it was the coldest winter we've had," then what do people on the left say? You're describing localized weather. Like, don't be stupid. We're talking about climate change of the planet, right? That's what they say. I'm just saying the same thing back at you when you talked about the certain droughts and floods in certain areas. That's just certain weather in certain parts of the world. We're talking about climate change over the globe.
Doug, you're a scientist, okay? You study chemistry,
not a scientist.
Okay?
I'm not a scientist.
Well,
a scientist is someone who actually does experiments, publishes papers in scientific journals and so forth, teaches science. I don't do any of that anymore.
No, but if you get a master's or what's it called, a PhD, do you qualify as a scientist?
Technically, no.
All right. Okay. But anyway, so you know stuff about chemicals and shit. So
I know more about shit than chemicals because I was raised on a farm.
The environment is changing because we're adding too much CO2 in the atmosphere, and I heard it's also causing our IQ to go down. So that's another problem. I could be wrong there. Check that out, because you know about chemicals. So I heard that CO2 is causing the IQ of humans to go down.
The IQ of humans is going up. Who told you it's going down?
I heard other studies that the IQ in general is going down. There was a Norway study there. I heard. But anyway, don't bother about that. More important things to worry about, like freaking holy shit, like the freaking forest and the permafrost is melting in the freaking Russia, and there's record fires going on in freaking Amazon and fucking Europe. I mean, shit's going down. I mean, I follow this shit, and it's scary, but I try to make it funny because it's fun to laugh about
speaking of what did you say, the permafrost?
Yeah, permafrost. Look into that.
Yeah, well, on NASA's website they don't do permafrost, but they do the Arctic sea ice.
Yeah.
And
well, you should be more. They're always talking about like the Arctic is gonna go. There's not gonna be any ice. I'd be more worried about the ice thickness, not the ice area. Okay, there'll still be area of ice in the North Pole, but it'll be very thin. And what the scientists are worried about is when it goes so thin that there'll be like blue ocean events. So basically, when the North Pole is gonna be blue, that will like reflect more, heat up the ocean more, and that'll cause the weather to get even more warm.
Well, that's a good point, but I think, here we go. Arctic sea volume. Although they don't, it's gone up. I mean, there's more volume of Arctic ice, at least since September. Oh, look at this. It's almost an exponential curve. Let me show you.
It's going down or up?
Up.
No!
Yes. It bottomed in September. What year is this? Hang on. Oh no, that's the mean. Oh, it doesn't matter. The mean's basically the same. It's okay. The latest data they have is in red. Yeah, they do it.
No, but seriously though, seriously,
listen to this. Seriously, since September, October, November, December, the mass of Arctic ice has gone up. Facts.
Okay, right. Well, we're still fucked. Okay. Anyway, I'll let you go. Sorry.
How?
Because I said so. No, there's more information. the frick. I live in Ireland, right? I mean, the Irish are all the farmers are complaining because they're gonna have to change their farming habits. They're gonna have to have less dairy cows because they're releasing a lot of methane. So all the farmers are complaining.
I love the way you say that. Methane. I like that.
Well, I don't care about the methane of the cows. I care about the land use of the animals. So beef takes more land area than vegetable protein. That's for fucking sure.
Oh, are you now you're not supporting veganism? Is that where we're going?
Well, I understand the science around it, but I still eat meat because I'm a twat. But still.
Someone says that's a misrepresentation of the graph, Doug. What? I hardly even said any words, and people get like their butts in a waddle. Okay, here's the Arctic sea ice annual September minimum extent. Okay, this is what you were talking about, just the surface area. So the surface area, it has gone up of the Arctic. This is from NASA's website.
The volume, the thickness of the ice.
Yeah, I know, but this is the surface area.
Yeah, but that's good because that reflects the sunlight.
Yes, it reflects sunlight. Yes, exactly right.
Once that goes away, like in 10 years' time, let's say, then it's going to heat up. So basically, there's a lot of shit going on, and you got to follow it, Doug, because you're a scientist. You should know better. Okay, vote Democrat. Because Republican. What?
Let me say words that describe this graph. The bottom part of the graph is 2012. And now we're in 2022. That's their latest data. And it's higher. Higher means Arctic sea ice extent. We have more Arctic sea ice extent in 2022 than we did in 2012. 10 years have gone by, and we have more reflection of the evil sun's rays.
Okay, maybe you're right on that, but there's other bad things going on too. Okay, I mean, but anyway, so I'll try and convince you later because I'm too tired. I don't want.
Greenland.
I'm too triggered now. I'm too triggered. Let someone else trigger you, okay? Because I'm going to trigger. I'm too tired. Because I'm going to trigger myself as well.
I've worn you out. Bye.
I'll try and convince you in a while, but I mean, climate change is way more important than freaking. I mean, Donald Trump thinks about like, what does he think about? He thinks like
we don't use that
the economy
word here.
and shit.
We don't use we don't use the word Trump here. Yeah, it's too triggering.
He's coming to Ireland, you know that.
Doesn't he own a golf course in Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why he's coming to Ireland to play golf. That's the only thing Ireland's good for. Right?
Yeah.
That and methane producing cows.
Cows. Yeah. And that's it really. But and libtards like me.
Are you a libtard?
Well, I'm 50-50 on it. No, I'm probably 70% libtard.
You sound like you have a good sense of humor, which makes me think you're not leaning left.
No, I'm probably 65% libtard.
Okay. I still like you.
All right, bye.
See ya. I love it when people like Dale Wilson says, but the surface area has gone down in the last 40 years. Yeah, last 10 years it's gone up. But let's just do a longer time frame so I can feel like I'm validated in my worry. Well, all I can say. Let's use a shorter time frame so I can be validated in my non-worry. Blasticful. Doug, has global temperatures been increasing or decreasing over time? Oh, I love that question. Now watch how I will manipulate you, Blasticful. The global temperature has been decreasing over time. But over what time period, you might ask? Well, over the last 5 years, the global temperature has not made new highs. Source, Doug, source. Okay. And it's exactly what see, look how it's been increasing over time. Oh, man, that's horrible. And then we'll just look at the last. 2016 made a high, 2020 made a new high, but we're currently at 2022, way lower than 2016. Not way lower, but lower. So we're lower than, the global temperature is lower than it was in 2016. So that's what, 6 years? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I love saying this because people who are really concerned about climate change, they want to look at this graph, right? And they want to say we got to make changes today, now. Because if we do it, wait only like 1 or 2 years, it'll be too late. Same with sea levels. It will be too late. Got to act now. And I really do think that just seeing that, like, I think for a lot of people in their minds, they're thinking that every year is going to be worse than the preceding year unless we do something now. So at least this should give you some reassurance and confidence that we have time to combat climate change. We have time. We have time. We have not made new highs. The globe is cooler than it was 6 years ago. The globe is cooler than it was 6 years ago. Fact, 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 fact. But you can't say that out loud to some people on the left. They freak out. Like, no, if you say that out loud, then people might not take climate change as seriously, and we need to take it seriously. I don't deny that the globe is warming on a big scale. Look at, there it is. I will note that with sea level, let me bring that up. For those of you who follow this channel, I will note that they changed the whole graph downwards by something like 7 or 8 millimeters. And I tweeted them. I go, why did you do that? And I didn't get a response. But look at this. Like, look at the sea levels. But when you zoom in, this is, and they took away the months. They used to show each month. But this is 96.7. So the sea levels have not risen. I believe this is mid-2022. They took away the months, but it's hard to, I guess I could count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 9 months? The sea levels have not risen in 9 months. Fact, 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 fact. Based on this chart. But again, I honestly think that this is a psychological thing where if I say that out loud, I think in many people in their mind, they're thinking sea level is constantly getting worse every day, every month. Like they don't, the smart ones know that it goes down, it goes up. But I think in a lot of people's mind, they just think it's always going up. So that's all I'm saying here. Yes, exactly. I'm showing variance. That's exactly it. I'm showing variance. And I'm showing that sometimes these variances can take 6 years. Like before you make a new high again. So this whole idea of we need to, like, some people say we only have like 10, 20 years left before it's point of no return or that very drastic things will happen. That's what I'm pushing back against. But some people just really desire a sense of urgency. Otherwise, people are not going to do anything. You don't get any attention for screaming everything is great, we don't need to worry. Yeah, exactly, JQ. Doesn't sell newspapers. It'd be a good idea to have long-term, mostly renewable energy plan either way. One could make the argument that if you really care about the environment and you want to force renewable energy, you want to force it, the best way is to use up all the oil first. So we have no choice. If we have a choice, it's always going to be a competition between fossil fuels and clean energy. But if you remove that choice by force, meaning not through government force, like put a gun to your head, don't fuel up your car with fuel, but, oh, we just don't have any more fuel left. I mean, there's nothing we can do. So let's use up all the oil as quickly as you can. Everybody should get rid of their electric cars and buy diesel, buy gas guzzling SUVs. Let's use up all the fuel we can as quickly as we can so there'd be no choice, and then we can start cleaning up the environment. See, this is the fun. You see the joy in my face? It's like what I said earlier. The people who felt nothing from that, other than maybe a slight chuckle, like not triggered at all, you can be my friend. But those of you who just had this shocking knee-jerk reaction, I probably don't want to hang out with you. Remember peak oil from 10 to 15 years ago? Yeah. Wasn't it even longer ago? In the 70s? There's peak oil predictions today about, what, the year 2050? For us old farts, Dolly, we remember all these young kids. We were one of them who were so worried and anxious for their future. And here I am on YouTube, not worried. People forget that humans can actually do things. For people leaning left right now, let me explain something to you. I know most people on the left are not carpenters and plumbers and electricians, bridge makers and that sort of thing. But we can actually construct things and prevent things and build things. Heck, there's a whole country basically on stilts to avoid water. We can react. We can respond. We're not like liberals who just play games in their basement of their mother's house. We can actually accomplish things. Meritocracy counts. Results matter. Your feelings don't. No, all your feelings matter. I need to affirm, accept people for their... Because a true man is in touch with his emotions. A true man just doesn't bottle things up, because then he'll explode someday and kill a bunch of people. So a true man will express his feelings. So I want to say to everyone here, most gamers are conservatives. Oh, I'm foisted again. Really? I didn't know that. Most gamers are conservatives. Source, please. Citation needed. What are your thoughts on monopolies? My thoughts on monopolies are they're neither good nor bad, but they can be both, or they can be good and they can be bad. In other words, they don't have to always be bad. A great example is the monopoly of Microsoft in the early 90s. It was basically a free service to the consumer. It was priced into the cost of the computer. Because they had a monopoly, it benefited society, at least in the short term. At least when the short term meaning in the first decade of the internet. Whether they benefit society now, questionable. Like Google, doesn't Google have a monopoly today on web search and other things? And like, how much did you pay for your Google Earth? How much did you pay for your Google Maps? 0, you say? Yeah, I think you're right. You didn't pay, at least not explicitly, for those services. So yeah, monopolies can be good. Universal healthcare is a type of monopoly. And a lot of people here would say universal healthcare is good. So yeah, monopolies can be good or bad. %48 identified as conservative, 30%. Okay, Dale Wilson. Were you the guy who said, oh, no. Autistic Berserker said most gamers are conservatives. Autistic Berserker, Dale Wilson has just said you are wrong. Dale Wilson says that only 48% are conservatives. You said most gamers are conservative, but it's less than half. So, Autistic Berserker, I know you're autistic, but you need to apologize to both me, this live stream chat, and most importantly, you need to thank Dale Wilson for bringing us the truth. That reminds me of when a guest came on named Doug Dean. He said most people in prison are Republican. I said, no, they're not. He said, yes, they are. I said, no, they're not. And then someone looked it up, and it was like something like 38% Republican, 24%, 28%. I don't know the exact numbers. But the vast majority of, or the highest category was independent or didn't care. Yes, Autistic Berserker, that's what I'm just explaining. What you meant to say that there's more conservative gamers than liberal gamers. That would have been factually true, but that's not what you said. You said most gamers are conservative, but most gamers are not conservative. They're either Democrat, independent, or something else. You see how language has to be precise? Yes, Doug. Thank you, Pine Creek, says Autistic Berserker. You are correct. I am wrong. You are correct, Doug. I am wrong. I should have been more precise with my language. You know what? That's fine. All of us need to be precise with our language once in a while. Even me. See, an Autistic Berserker, you don't even realize you're wrong. That's the funny thing. But you meant to say there's more conservatives than liberals. But you said most gamers are conservative, which is incorrect. Because it's only 48%. That means 52% are not conservative. Which is bigger, 52 or 48? You're autistic. I think you did well in math class, right? 52 is bigger than 48. Pathetic. You know I'm right. Just got to accept it. You got to say, I was wrong and I'm sorry. Just ask for forgiveness. That's all you need to do. I'm not whining. I'm not whining. I heard Hitler was a socialist. You know, it's funny you bring up Hitler. Because the more I read about Hitler, the more I study the history of Hitler, you know, the more I just don't care for the guy. See, Dolly has my back on this. He likes semantics. And he would concur that I am correct and Autistic Berserker is wrong. But I'm not seeking his validation, nor anyone else's. I do not need your affirmation. I do not need to be accepted. Hitler killed socialists. Well, Hitler killed capitalists and socialists. Hitler killed a lot of people. Indirectly, through commandment, decree. Yeah, I should have done that to the Titanic music. I'll do that next time. Yeah, Hitler even killed himself, apparently. Although, can we be sure? Pine Creek Politics enjoys riling up a bit insignificant proportion of his audience. Yeah, I'm doing a litmus test, Rosemary. I'm seeing who can be my friend and who can't. If I can rile them up, can't be my friend. If I can say things and they're not riled up, I can't see them chuckle behind their computer screen. But if they kind of just chuckle, then you can be my friend. But if you have a knee-jerk reaction to push back, then you can't. How did Hitler hurt you? He didn't. Not at all. In fact, some could argue that Hitler helped Western societies. Like today. Not back then, like when he was killing them, but I'm saying today. How many scientific technologies came out of World War II? Cell phone? Nuclear energy? Those are the big two, right? Think about it. Do you think we would have the smartphone as early as we did and nuclear energy as soon as we did if it weren't for Hitler? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? There's a delay here. How did Hitler help society? I just gave two things. Oh, aviation. Yeah. Infrastructure. So I would make the claim that Hitler brought about technological advances out of necessity because of fear of death. People feared for their lives, so they thought they had to fight against Hitler. So what does that mean? Radar was developed, and radio and cell towers and nuclear energy or nuclear bombs, which led to nuclear energy. New aircraft, new tanks, which has commercial use today. Well, maybe not tanks, but aviation for sure. I'm not saying that these technologies would not exist if Hitler never existed, but I'm saying that it existed faster because of World War II, and World War II was because of Hitler. Space exploration, good point. See, these are things that I think it's easier for correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these are things that are easier for someone on the right to say than someone on the left. Name the benefits of Hitler. And if you can strip your feelings and emotions out of the atrocities that Hitler did and just factually state it, I think you could just factually state all those things I said was true. In fact, it could be true, and nobody knows for sure, but that if it weren't for World War II, we would not have smartphones today. Or definitely not in the year 2000 when they first really came out. That it would have taken longer. But nobody knows this for sure. I'm just hypothesizing. Was Hitler a bad guy? Yes, Hitler was a bad guy. I already said, like, the more I learn about him, the more I don't care for him. Oh, we wouldn't have Volkswagen Beetles without Hitler. I mean, they're cute cars. Another positive about Hitler. Oh, I'm just triggering some of the woke left right now. Saying good things about Hitler. But for the record, I did not appreciate what he did to the Jews. That crossed the line. Invitation to the Nazi parties in the mail. Yeah. Finally, Blamtasticful and I have come to an agreement. We finally agree on something. We can be friends now, Blamtasticful. We can be friends. Got to give credit where credit's due. Volkswagen's one of the second worst crimes Hitler committed. Millions of Jews killed. Number one on the list. The second bad thing that he made is the Volkswagen. I owned a Volkswagen for many years. Probably over a decade. I owned a Volkswagen Jetta diesel, two Volkswagen Jetta gas. My political career just ended today. I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, maybe. I think people really appreciate being able to say the truth even though it's awkward and uncomfortable. And it's very awkward and uncomfortable to give credit to Hitler for anything or to spin it on the positive side, even though it's true and like very likely to be true. Well, I think it is true. You don't even have to say very likely. Wars prompt the innovation. Wars prompt innovation. Better than non-wars. I'll make that claim. That when people fear death, fear an enemy so much that they're going to die unless they innovate, they innovate. Look what Ford did. Ford took their huge manufacturing plant, and instead of making cars, started making planes. Like what does a car company know about building planes? Well, in a very short amount of time, they learned and they did it. That only comes from the fear of death. Yeah, the worst part of Hitler was he was a hypocrite. No, I don't think that was the worst part of Hitler. I think it was the killing of Jews. Hitler was just misunderstood. That's what a touchy-feely liberal would say, right? I mean, it was systemic, the systemic pressures of society that created Hitler. I mean, because of World War I and the poverty that he went through, and the severe lack of self and who he was as a German. I mean, you can't really blame Hitler for who he was.
Hey, Pine Creek.
Hi, liberal.
That's what they call me.
Yeah. We've talked before, right? You sound familiar.
Yeah, we've talked multiple times, and thanks for I think people have to be willing to hear opinions that they don't like, and that's why I like listening to your channel. I'm just going to inflate your ego to start. But
yeah, that's a great technique.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
So I learned from the best. Go ahead, whatever you want to ask me, or I could ask you if you'd like.
Okay. Do you like me?
Yeah, I like you. I think if you're my neighbor, we'd be hanging out. We'd be playing some poker, grabbing a beer.
Okay, good. My second question is, what's one thing I've said that you strongly disagree with?
Oh, that's a good question. I think when it comes to sports, which I think a lot of times we put too much focus on the trans debate, people really focus on sports a lot. But for people who are trans, that's such a small part of their lives. So, but what I disagree with you on, to be specific here, is I think when it comes to sports, and this might be a hot take, I think we need to basically have men's sports and women's sports, but then have like pro sports. Like if you are in high school, then if you identify as male, you play the male sports. If you identify as female, you play the female sports. And then there's like the Ivy League or the upper league where anyone could be in it. So if someone,
which will just be men, biological men.
Maybe, but here's the thing: we see sports change and evolve over time. Like there might be things we don't understand about the athleticism of sports that might go towards. Maybe we'll see a lot of female kickers in football. Like who knows what will happen? As we just say, anyone could be in this sport.
Yeah, and we could land a man-made spacecraft on Saturn someday too, but let's be reasonable.
I think, first off, I wrestled in high school. I mean, you're right. I know if we're talking about linemen, you're probably going to see a lot of male defensive backs and all that stuff right there. But there were female wrestlers in high school who wrestled with the men and did pretty well. Now, I'm not saying they were the best, but go ahead.
Well, okay. I've heard this argument many times. Well, there's some women stronger than men, but we know that's a totally useless argument, right? That some women do well against some men in some sports. The bottom line is, when it comes to the physical differences in men and women, it's not even close. When it comes to sports that involve physicalness, it's not close.
From what I've seen, men often have higher potential and the distributions have separation that is noticeable. And clearly that would
very
be
noticeable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of individuals from both distributions who could excel in many areas.
Yes. If you take the strongest woman in the world and put them up against the bottom 10 percentile of men, they're probably going to beat them. Yeah, I agree.
The strongest woman in the world. Have you watched? There's some
biological woman.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I'll use your terms. I'm going to use your terms here.
They're not my terms. They're science terms.
Okay. People who were born with XX chromosomes. So that's what you're. There's I can't remember her name. There's Will Tennyson or someone on YouTube. There's Coach Greg, but there's. I mean, I think this woman could outlift me. And I mean, I've watched her outlift me.
But who are you? Who are me? Like,
would be stronger than the top 90 or the 95% of men. The strongest woman would be stronger than the vast majority of men, not just the lowest 10%.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if that's true, but the bottom line is, when you compare apples to apples, the strongest top 5% of men versus the strongest top 5% of women, it's not close. It is not just noticeable difference. It's like comparing I don't know, a 15-year-old to a toddler. It's men are far superior than women when it comes to strength, endurance. Even it's not close.
I want you to think about this right here. And are you willing to pull up a YouTube video? It's not gonna be anything inappropriate, I promise you.
Maybe. Why?
Okay, so Will Tennyson is the guy's name. He worked out with Lean Beef Patty. So
you're giving an exception to what I just said?
Well, yeah, no. Well, but if you take the 50th percentile men and compare them to 50th percentile women, you're going to see a gap. You take the 75th percentile of men compared to the 75th percentile of women, you're going to see a gap. I
Okay,
agree with you there.
I'm even willing to concede that, but do you agree with what I said? The top 5%.
Just so I can know I'm agreeing. Exactly.
Comparing apples to apples. Take the finals of the 100-meter sprint at the Olympics for men compared to the finals of the 100-meter sprint for women.
Mm-hmm.
There's not one woman in the finals who would even, I mean, unless someone pulled a groin muscle or whatever, they would be far behind the last place man.
Correct. And what
Correct.
we just said, I think we said the same thing right here, because I said if you take any percentile and compare it, you will see a gap. So that would be the top 0.1% or 0.001%.
Right. So my point is that when we're comparing apples to apples, it's not even close. That's all my point. It's not close at all.
And I think the way, I hate to reference Dragon Ball Z in front of you, but the only way to get better at things is to compete against those who are better than you.
Oh, are you saying that? No. There's a biological reason why it's not even close when you're comparing apples to apples. And no matter of competition and dedication is going to overcome that. And it never, ever will. Unless over a million years of evolution, it might.
Yeah, I don't know what's possible and where things could go, but I think from what I've seen, one, I like competition. I like when people show that they're better and more capable in a fair arena. And I do think we can separate out, especially when it comes to kids competing. We can say, okay, look, here's age groups. We don't want you competing against, you're 10 years old. We don't want you competing against, an 18-year-old. It doesn't make sense. So when it comes down to it, though, I really think when it comes down to the idea of sports, it's just the best. Does that make sense how I view it?
Well, you said there should be a pro league, the best.
Yeah.
And then there should be a male and then a female league. No,
Yes.
you said women and men. Let's be precise with our language.
People who identify.
Right. And I say that's bad.
You think it's bad?
Yeah.
Because you think the pro league will just primarily have 99.99% men, right?
Yeah, well, definitely.
But what's bad about that?
No, there's nothing bad about that. But I'm saying about the male, like you made 3 tiers.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather prefer just have men, women, and then the Special Olympics, which includes trans.
I totally disagree with you right there. If you want to say something, if you ask for something I disagree with, that might be the strongest thing I might have disagreed with you on right there.
See, I put it, when I say Special Olympics, I mean trans are a special form of women and men, right?
No, I disagree with that.
You don't think a biological man and a trans man, that one is different than the other? You won't use the admit one's different than the other.
Yeah, well, just like you could say,
That's all I'm saying. Special is different.
Well, then aren't we all special?
but special in a major way. Like,
Major
for
is
example,
just,
like it's pretty major to call yourself a man and not have a penis. You would admit that that's more special than personality types or whatever.
Well, there's a woman, and she considers herself a woman, who was born without a vagina. Would you have her compete in the Special Olympics because she's special? Like in that way?
I would say, like, you can always bring up these exceptions of this one case where a woman was born without something, whatever. Mm-hmm. And what you're getting as is the intersex thing that is a very, very minute percentage of the general population. And it's actually a very small percentage of the transgender issue. Intersex is like the trump card, the ace card that a lot of people use. But the issue is not intersex. The issue is people who have been born with certain genitalia, certain chromosomes. They check a certain number of boxes and we can disagree on how many boxes it is, whatever. But there's definitely certain things that we can say make up a biological man, make up a biological woman, right? And that if someone...
agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
There's a certain set of things that make up a biological man. There's a certain set of things that make up a biological woman.
Yeah. What's a biological man? My guess is whatever answer you give is going to be similar to mine.
My guess, and this is... I'll have you say your definition, and I'll see if I agree.
Actually, you go first.
Oh, that's so mean of you. To me, when someone says they are a biological man, so this is my definition now.
Yeah.
They are saying that when they were born, the doctor either looked at them, did some chromosome check, or did something that identified them male at birth. And we have good understandings of our biology a lot of times. A lot of people have not checked their chromosomes. I doubt you or I have double confirmed we are XY chromosomes.
Well, hang on. You said what? Someone is a biological man when they're born?
Someone's biological
male.
sex would be
boy.
Assessed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone's biological sex would be assessed at birth, so we could call it sex assigned at birth. When
based on what?
Doctor or adult, because not everyone's delivered by a doctor, makes the decision that they fall into the male or female group, and
what's this decision that the doctor makes based on?
Usually based on characteristics like penis, vagina, stuff like that.
Yes, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, so
took a while to get there, but you got there.
Well, yeah, but I'll answer every question.
I would dare to say that most babies on the planet did not have their chromosomes checked at birth.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But you said something about doctors doing this.
No, I said that they haven't. I was pointing out that they kind of would think it's related to that, and they would have a good guess. But as I was pointing out, you or I probably don't know for certain our chromosomes. Like we might be XXY for all we know. Well, wait, you have kids, so you're not.
And I would disagree that it's at birth. Like anybody who's had a child knows that they get an ultrasound at a certain second trimester or whatever, and they can tell if it's a boy or girl. So
not everyone gets ultrasounds, but during the process of pregnancy, at some point, an adult would identify.
So we can actually keep it really simple, and we can acknowledge intersex is an exception, but I really don't think it's applicable here when we're talking about transgender sports. But basically, if someone is born with a penis, we can call them a biological male. And if someone's born with a vagina, we can call them a biological female. Is that fair?
I am totally happy with that. If you can say that's let's double our language. Ready here? We'll call it the biological sex assigned at birth.
Why do you prefer to put in the language assigned? Because I think I know why you're doing that. Because you're trying to make it more of an opinion than a fact. Am I wrong?
Well,
I'm not wrong, am I?
You might be a little right because
You want to make this opinion based instead of fact based.
Well, but no, because I think the fact is we try to say our chromosomes are facts. Like there is a fact of the world that you are XY. I've actually assumed I'm XY because I don't have children. I could technically be XXY, right?
Yeah, but that's probability that's very low.
It is.
Yeah.
But
then we're getting into intersex category, which is that special trump card that a lot of people use. Which
I'm gonna throw those trump cards at you. So when you think about this right here, there is a fact of the world of what our chromosomes are. But when we assign sex, we are trying to figure out the biological components which lead to the characteristics like penis, vagina.
Well, would you admit then that 99.5% of the time, someone with a penis is a biological male?
Yep.
And someone with a vagina is 99.9% of the time is someone born with or has a vagina is a biological female.
Yeah. And then we assign that. We assign that at birth because we're pretty certain.
Okay, so now we're agreed on what's a biological male and female 99.9% of the time. Now, here's what I would say when it comes to sports. If you have a penis, you go in the man category of sports. And if you don't have a penis, you go in the female or the women category of sports. No exceptions. What do you say to that?
My thoughts are, I don't play these sports, so my opinion this is my first thing. I promise I'll not trying to bloviate too much. Don't want to hear the alarms going off. But first off, it should be the people directly impacted by this making the decisions. They should have a greater voice in this than I.
Okay, who are these people?
It's going to be the people playing the sports.
Okay, gotcha.
So depending on which, are we talking pro sports? Are we talking youth sports? Are we talking intramural clubs? So it's,
So you're
really
saying
depends on-
if the people voted and agreed with what I said, penis, man sport, no penis, women's sport, if they all voted, you'd be okay with it?
if it was purely unanimous, I can't fight against that.
Okay,
Like,
what if it's
purely-
90%
If
unanimous?
it's 90%, then we have to start wondering, because at some point you got to agree. If it's like 51-49, then that's going to be, well, what's going on here? If it's 90%, then I know that's leaning one way, but 100%, I can't argue against unanimous vote on an issue. Well,
You still could argue against it.
I could argue, but it'd be a ridiculous argument. So we don't want there to be discrimination.
Why not?
Well, we have to look at what kind of discrimination. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't want 10-year-olds playing against 18-year-olds, so someone could say, well, you're
Are we both
discriminating.
agreed discrimination is not, at face value, not bad?
It depends on what type exactly. And
Right.
that's very nuanced.
So discriminating is not in itself a bad thing.
It depends if there's bigotry, hatred.
Right. As soon as you say it depends, you're agreeing with me.
Yes.
Yes.
It's going to depend on. And so when we look at this right here, I would want to side with, because if we're keeping to the current paradigm where we say there's men's sports and there's women's sports, if we're keeping to the world we live in right now, then what I'd want to do is I'd want to look at the people, or look to the people who are in the sports to say, is this person at an unfair advantage? And I think a lot of times we're cherry picking the examples of the recent swimmer who was doing very well. And we're saying like, wow, look, it's this one person. But here's the thing. If eventually 2% of female athletes are trans, then we would expect 2% of people winning female sports to be trans. Wouldn't that be true? Wouldn't that
No,
be the case?
no.
Wait, no.
No.
I'm just saying if let's say being trans is no advantage. Let's just say that, right? If 2% of female athletes are trans, then wouldn't you expect 2% of female athletes to win trans sports?
No, that's horrible logic.
How is that horrible logic?
Because let me explain to you. Let's say I'm a mediocre sprinter, okay? But I was born with a penis, and I'm a mediocre sprinter. I'm pretty good, but I'm not the best. And I go into men's sports, and I lose. I go into women's sports. Remember, I'm a mediocre sprinter. And I get second sometimes, first once in a while, third sometimes, fifth sometimes. But I'm at least in the running. So what you said is false, because someone can actually get a sense of achievement for being mediocre male and up in the top 10 percentile. It's not about winning all the time. It's just having enough of an advantage that you're in the running. Understand?
I understand, and I think I understand exactly what you said. You're saying I'm saying, because I know sometimes you get people who didn't listen to you, but you said someone could be mediocre, come over, and then excel to higher degrees
without winning.
Without, well, quote unquote, winning.
Right. Just in the running, like enough to be noticed. Like I'm in the finals of the 800 meter. They would never even make the finals on the men's team, but on the women's team, they're in the finals, and they might not win it. So that whole thing, what you just said, you should see a correlation between 2% winning. No.
My argument's different, though. Let me try to clarify it. Let's say in the future, there's 100,000 female athletes total. We'll just work with 1 million. It's a nicer number, right? There's 1 million female athletes across the US. Make sense? So if there's 1 million female athletes and there's 50,000 of the athletes are transgender, that's 5%,
a lot.
Right?
Yeah.
So there's 5%. So then if we look at the winners of female sports, you would expect 5% of those winners to be trans, right? I'm not even saying if they have an advantage or anything. I'm just saying if 5% of the million identify as trans, then if it's not an advantage and you look at the winners of the sports, you would expect to
I understand what you're saying.
That's my point. That's my point there.
Okay.
So then
But what I'm saying is,
Go ahead.
what I'm saying is I don't even care. Just make a law, a rule, that if you're born with a penis, you can't go in women's sports. Why is that bad?
Why is that bad?
Yeah.
I think because when you, and I want to say once again, I have not transitioned. So really the best people on here are going to be talking to someone like on...
I want your opinion. I don't care about other people's opinion.
I'll give my opinion.
Yeah.
I will give my opinion. My opinion is that when you transition, you are changing hormones and changing things about yourself that are going to put you more into the distribution of the gender you identify as.
Do you remember my question?
Your question was, you said if you're born with a penis, you should play male sports. Why do you disagree with that?
Yeah, why is that bad?
Why is that bad? And so I took
So
it
it's
as
bad because
it's bad because you are choosing to not be part of the penis distribution anymore. Let's say you're transitioning from male to female. You are saying, I do not want to be in the penis distribution anymore. I am transitioning to the female distribution. I want to be.
It's out of their control. The person who's transitioning has no say in this.
They have no say?
Yes, I'm saying make a law. The people outside of the people like the sports authorities or whatever, make a law that if you're born with a penis, you can't be in female sports. It has nothing to do with the people. The people who are transitioning have no say in this. And I'm asking you, why is this bad?
Okay, so let me give you a thought experiment to show why it's bad. You ready?
Okay.
Okay. So let's say we invent a really awesome transition machine, and it's going to change all aspects about you such that you are just kind of randomly put through the female distribution. Does that make sense? So your strength, your muscle mass, all those different things, any sort of characteristic which we could say men have an advantage of, you are going to now be somewhere along the female distribution, but you're not going to be like the upper end like you're claiming. You're not going to be like dominant female. Does that make sense just for a thought experiment on this?
No, I have zero. Okay. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
It's a
and how this relates to why is it bad?
I promise it'll relate. It's the idea that in the future, let's just go for future right here, that a man who wants to transition could become female in such a way that they would perfectly blend with their characteristics. They wouldn't be at this distribution of strength that's way above them. Does that make in the future a man transitions and he's a normal part of the female distribution?
I have no idea what you're trying to tell to me.
Okay,
my question is simple. Why is it bad to outlaw people born with penises?
Because
there's I think there's only one or two answers you could possibly give.
Well, I'll give you my answer.
Because it hurts their feelings. It makes them feel bad.
well, okay. So if you are for competition,
that's I think the only answer you can give.
Well, then why do you want there to be male and female sports?
Why do I? I'm just saying they've got certain rules. If you're born, we're making two boxes here.
Okay.
And those two boxes fit with what we see in society of people born with penises or not. So let's make sports based on that.
Yeah, because you think there's an advantage. And that Glenn has it in the chat right there. I'm saying that this new machine would erase...
right, but right now I'm making the argument, not the advantage argument. I'm not making that argument at all.
Then why should men have their own sport?
Because they would have a penis. I'm just saying, here we have a law.
Well, should we make sports for people?
Why would it be bad? Why would that arbitrary rule be bad is my question. So let's say there is no advantage. I'm not bringing that argument up right now, even though I could, but I won't. But why is it bad just to say, make a very simple rule, born with a penis, you go in this box, born without a penis, you go in that box. What's bad about that?
Because without a reason behind it, it creates discrimination.
I've conceded to you this is an arbitrary reason, but now I'm asking
I'm arguing against it because when I wrestled in high school, I'll pull back to that, there were females on the wrestling team. They didn't say if you have a penis, you can wrestle. It was anyone can wrestle, and it would have been discriminatory if they said, hey, you don't have a penis, you can't be on the wrestling team.
Right.
There was no female wrestling team.
Okay, yeah, but why is that bad?
I think that is the discrimination we don't want. Because
why?
That means
why don't we want it?
Because they cannot take part in activities that others can.
Why is not taking part bad?
I think in a society we want to have...
Because it hurts their feelings.
Yeah, but that's being in society. It's a difference between this trigger
I know, but that's what it all boils down to.
But it's a difference between...
I want to belong. I want to play sports. And you're saying I can't play sports.
So, do you think if they had said to that female on the wrestling team, you can't wrestle, do you think that would have been a good thing? Do you lean good or lean bad on that? If they had said to her, you can't wrestle, you don't have a penis.
I would say it sucks for you, but those are the rules.
Do you think the rules are good or bad?
I would say amoral, meaning neither. It doesn't have to be good or bad.
I don't believe in morals, so I would just say I don't like the rules.
Because there's a reason why there's, now we're back to reasons instead of
Mhm.
arbitrary, but there's a reason why there's not a female wrestling team.
There might be some, but
Yeah,
you're
of
right.
course there's
Well,
some,
it's
but in that
lower interest.
There's a particular, like, you could take the trans things out of this. Let's say you really love basketball, you go to high school and the high school doesn't have a basketball team. Sucks for you, but it's not good or bad. I mean, it's just, that's just the way it is. There's no basketball team at this high school. Okay, but I love basketball. Well, go cry. There's no, go to a school where there is high school basketball.
Well,
See, this all boils down to that it hurts the feelings of the person who cannot participate.
But I think here's the thing. I think you're right. I think we need reasons to hurt people's feelings. Like if the 18-year-old says it hurts my feelings that I can't, think about Kramer. I'm sure you watched Seinfeld. If Kramer was told he couldn't go and do karate with those 10-year-olds and beat them up, I think Kramer he might have been a little bit sad. He had a big ego about that. So, but the reason we're discriminating against Kramer here is he's got this ridiculous advantage, and it's just kind of sad.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kramer.
Yeah. So if there is a ridiculous advantage between men and women in general, you would be against trans women in women's sports?
Well, I think that's what people are trying to show that is being eliminated.
I'm not asking about people, I'm talking about you. Do you think if there is a big advantage in general between men and women, like for example, you take the 70th percentile of a man and the 70th percentile of a woman, 95th percentile of a man, 95th percentile of a woman, do you think there is a big enough difference in advantage that it warrants men and women having separate teams?
So you're asking what I think right here, and you're going to hate my answer. You can start getting the Titanic ready.
Okay. You've already answered this question, actually. And I'm just...
I'm being honest with you. I'm being honest that...
You've already answered this question, and I think I'm waiting to see if you give the same answer. You answered it in a different context, but anyhow, go ahead.
My answer is that we look to those who are in the field. We take their views with respect, and then we look that we don't discriminate unjustly so.
Oh.
You're playing over me right now?
Oh, we can't hurt people's feelings.
Oh, God.
That wasn't my question, by the way. My question was,
Yeah.
do you think there is a sizable difference between a 70th percentile weightlifter man and a 70th percentile weightlifter woman?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you think
now, what
there's
did you leave out there? You didn't say a 75th percentile person who has transitioned.
Right now, I'm just talking about the difference between
ahead.
biological sexes. Do you think there's a sizable difference between a 95th percentile elite 100-meter sprinter and a 95th percentile elite female sprinter?
Yes.
Okay. This is why the simple check boxes I'm giving is appropriate. Now I'm making it from arbitrary to having a reason for it.
So is it men...
A reason which you agree with, but not applied. You don't believe in the application, but you believe in the actual facts.
But when you talk about the application right here, I'm arguing that we're looking at people who have transitioned competing. That's the nuance to it. We're not talking about 95th percentile of man competing against 95th percentile of woman. We're talking about someone who has transitioned.
But why should we allow transition people in?
Well, that went to my hypothetical, because if that is your issue right there, and in the future we have this machine or something that puts you along the distribution of women so that a 95th percentile
But why make that
man,
exception for them?
let me put it this way. Why make that exception? Because this seems to be your qualm. It seems to be this gap in the distributions. So my question, let me put it this way with what you said. If a 95th percentile of man could hop in a machine and transition to the 95th percentile of women, so that way they are perfectly where they were on the male distribution.
Yeah.
Would
so
you then...
perfectly become a male is what you're saying.
I'm on that 95th for women now.
Yeah, I would agree with you then.
Okay,
but
so it's not penis. It's not penis.
Well,
so then maybe should
it's
we
something
have...
correlated very strongly with the penis and testicles.
Should we have maybe weaker men or men lower on the... What should we do? Should we be up... I think now you're agreeing with me, because if there's women who are just destroying in their sport, why not say let's all compete?
I agree with you that if you could magically make a woman be a real man, then it's okay. Or a man become a real woman, then it's okay. When I say real, you know what I mean, right? I mean
no, I know
biological.
Implying.
Yeah. But I do not agree that you can do such magically through hormones or even surgery.
Well,
Because
I mean, a lot of it, go ahead.
Because if you compare apples to apples, the 95th percentile, 95th percentile, it's more than just hormones for a year. It's like that whole life growing up, the volume of your lung capacity, the width of your shoulders, the bone densities, there's so many different factors that go in besides just testosterone or not, that I do not think you can perfectly transform a biological man into a biological woman. I think the only way you can do that is through 100 million years of evolution, and even that might fail.
I think these are conversations we need to keep having. Can I point to one other? Can I change the topic on you a little bit here?
Sure, new topic.
I think the problem is, because as I said to start, I think too often people focus on people who are trans, talk about sports, talk about whether or not they want to be with them. That seems to be the thoughts people have. I think the problem is if you look at, I'm trying to remember her name. Do you hear about the lawmaker? Gotta find her name. Zoe Zephyr. Do you know about her?
I don't think so.
She's from Montana, and Montana's passing bills that are very discriminatory towards the trans community. And with this in mind, Zoe Zephyr has pointed out that these bills have caused to a lot of self-harm from the trans community. And unfortunately, what happened was...
everything you say... it's just so repulsive to me that whenever I hear someone say these bills have caused self-harm to the trans community, show me citations. Show me the causal link between a bill and someone taking a knife and harming themselves because of that bill.
Well,
and not because of anything else.
Okay.
Not because of their obese, or because they have an eating disorder, or because they're on drugs, or because they're in prostitution, or because anything else. Show me the causal link between someone reading a bill that maybe hasn't even come into law yet and them choosing to pick up a knife and cut themselves. And I bet you cannot show me.
Would you accept that?
This is like the martyrdom argument.
Well, would you accept that Zoe Zephyr points out that a person tried to take their own life while watching the coverage of the bill? She points that out. That's the example she gives. She says that now you can trust her or not trust her, but would you accept that as the harm the bills have caused?
No.
I do.
I don't even know if it's true.
Well, you would have to accept it as true to,
So if I accept it as true that one person, while watching TV of C-SPAN, of someone creating a bill to commit suicide,
you'd have to ask Zoe Zephyr the exact details of the story.
Like, that's what it sounds like you're saying.
It does sound
if someone
like
commits suicide from watching C-SPAN of a bill going thing, I mean, they got more problems than just trans.
Well, you were
real mental issues.
What you asked for, you were like, is someone reading the bill and then they're doing something, they're harming themselves while they're reading it.
It comes to the point where, like, if someone, at what point do we stop everything? Like, if someone commits suicide from watching this show right now, does that mean I should stop?
I think if it could be directly shown, yes, I think you should. I think depends on to what degree we can show it. Like if you make Jim Jones on here, if you have us making our own Kool-Aid, then yeah, we should.
But then, if your answer is yes, I should stop because one person committed suicide while watching the show.
I didn't say one. I said if it could be shown, you were like a Jim Jones type figure.
Okay. Yeah, so you're basically saying if it has a greater impact, like would it be 10, 20, 30? Like where do we draw the line where society, free speech, making bills, if 10 lives can be saved by not doing it, then we better not do it. Like, I really don't think you can run a society like that.
I think when we look at these bills and we look at what they've accomplished, if the only things we can look at is the harm they've accomplished, because I really...
And I bet you most people who read these bills don't even understand them.
No, I understand the bills quite well.
Well, I know you might, but the person who's committing suicide, like, do they really understand the bill, or is this more of the world's not accepting me for who I am? I feel bad about myself. I'm depressed. I'm going to kill myself, without it actually delving into the details of the bill, and that actually they may find something that they agree with in it. I mean, it is one of these. What I fear, it's people who are enabling this type of thoughts that the world's against you, you're not accepted, you're not loved. It becomes like a domino effect.
Well, I mean, do you remember, what's his name? The comedian who was talking about if his kid was gay, he would beat his kid. Do you remember that? It was, it might have been, I don't want to say comedian's name and get it wrong, so let me not possibly say a horrible thing about someone, but there's often, and that was like a joke. And then you look at, I'm sure, did you hear about the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light situation?
Oh, yeah. That one's pretty well known.
I think people got really triggered by that, but if I'm correct, Dylan Mulvaney just made a video, right? Is that what they did?
No, she didn't even do that. She basically, Bud Light put her picture on a can, and then she made a video.
Okay. I mean, people could just like not buy that Bud Light, right?
Yeah, and that's what they did.
But no, they were destroying. I saw them like destroying, like Kid Rock and everyone just destroying all the Bud Light and not drinking Bud Light at all.
Well, no, they're down 23% last quarter.
Yeah. Well, they're, and that's the thing is. So what message do you think that sends to a kid who identifies as trans?
The message is not everybody in the world accepts your lifestyle and who you are.
But to what degree have we ever? I mean, we don't see like a sports player,
which you agree with, right? You agree that that's the signal it sends.
Yes, but how would I feel? I totally agree, and I think you're onto something here, because how would I feel if I saw people who look like me, and then I see just the world hating them, but not like every once in a while, because we've both gotten some hate, I'm sure. But what if I just saw like
you get hate?
A company being ripped apart by just interacting with this individual?
What's your question? What?
How do you think I should feel if it's like, this is who I am, this is how I present?
I don't know who you are. Are you trans?
No, I'm talking about a hypothetical kid growing up, because you said you're going to get your feelings hurt in the world, right? That's a thing we should all learn. But how should we feel if, when we look at like Mr. Beast's friend is maybe trans, coming out like that, and then literally Christians are like, you can't watch his content now. You can't, the Ben Shapiro's and Matt Walsh are freaking out saying like.
So you're asking me, how should a trans person feel when they see this?
Yeah, because it's not just.
They should expect it. And when they expect it, they should expect it to be worse. If there's any trans people listening out
here,
there's
a lot of worse out there.
Yeah. Let me give you some advice. Expect that it's going to get worse for the next 100 years. Way worse. And then when it doesn't, you're going to feel good.
Do you know about Matthew Shepard?
No.
Matthew Shepard was a teenager. Was he a teenager? He was 22. He died basically because he was gay. He was like dragged behind a truck, from what I remember. This happened in like the late 90s. And there's a lot of, and that's just being gay. There's, many people in the LGBT community, so that's just one instance right there.
Yeah, I think people on the left or right, most people both on the left and right are against that.
But why does this exist? Why are people being killed?
Because we evolved this way.
But how often
we evolved to be fearful of people that are different than us. And sometimes that saves lives and sometimes it kills lives. We're chimpanzees that walk into a bush and think there's a lion there, and we're like a chimpanzee and runs away. And sometimes that lion looks like a trans person. Sometimes that lion looks like a gay person. Sometimes that lion looks like a black person. We evolved to fear people who are different than us. Sometimes it's for our good and sometimes for our detriment. That's just the way life is.
I think a lot of what we mentioned right here is for our detriment. Like, I think it causes rifts in society. I think you're right. People fear what's different than them.
Yep.
I think the only way to overcome this is to know more people in these communities. Like,
most people, this issue is not even about what you're specifically talking about right now. what you're talking about is just acceptance, people not offering themselves because they don't feel accepted. I think most people on the right are saying, yeah, this is bad, this is tragic. But most people on the right, the issue is not this. The issue is we don't want kids who are sometimes confused and don't know who they are to make decisions that potentially are irreversible. And for the other parts, like let's say racism, for example, we don't want kids, like a 6-year-old being taught in kindergarten or grade 1. I'm not saying it happens frequently, or at all even, but we don't want them to be told because you're white, you are racist, and you need your black classmate there, you need to treat differently because of their color. Not because of anything else, just because of their skin color. These are the things people on the right are concerned with, I think. So I'm like, people on the right, I think most of them will say, hey, if you're 25 years old and you're paying for a surgery to remove your uterus, go for it. I don't care. You're paying for a surgery to remove your penis? Go for it. I don't care. I bet you anything, what I just said represents the vast, vast majority of people on the right. They don't care if you take your penis off or whatever. But what they do care about is don't do this to kids. And number two, if there's many women out there, getting back to the sports issue, who don't want to compete against a trans woman, and let's say it's for all bad reasons, the fact is we've got to take into account their feelings, right? They don't want that. They don't want trans women in their bathrooms.
I don't agree with you here in a lot of ways, because you're saying you think the majority, and I don't know what, I will say this, there's different individuals in all different groups, but I do not think the vast majority of conservatives, let's just say conservatives, are pro adults transitioning or pro that, we could say freedom, which I would say it's a freedom to do that. Because in 2011, which I know is a little while ago now, 46% of the Mississippi GOP wanted to ban interracial marriage. So that's a totally different topic.
That's whataboutism.
Well, no, but I was trying to find you good information on this. I couldn't find that. But I think if we're talking about how progressive are, the conservatives in America on adults transitioning, I think when Bud Light stock is dropping 23%, I think that's a good, decent estimate on how outraged they are by just because Dylan Mulvaney's an adult.
I would bet that the majority of people in the United States, I don't know about Mississippi, but the majority of people in the United States have more of an apathetic idea of these things for adults.
But
sure, some people might say, sure, I'm against it as far as I wouldn't want them to do it, but as far as their legal right to transition, I think the vast majority of people on the right would say it's a free country. If you want to take your breasts off, you can do it.
Would you agree with me on this? The best advice of the medical community should be taken into account, and that's how the decision should be made.
Yeah,
okay.
I do not disagree with that, but we can't take away that even the medical community is regulated by the government.
Politicians shouldn't be. I mean, I understand why there's regulation, but you got to agree, politicians really have no idea what they're doing when it comes to regulating medical industry.
Well, no, but
I mean, it's just lobbyists at that point.
I know, but we have a government for a reason. Like the left have no problem with admitting that the government has a function in society, and one of those functions is to regulate things like the environment, FDA for drugs. There's regulations for a reason, and it's to protect people.
I agree with that.
And so if one of the ways to protect people, i.e. kids, from making a potentially irreversible mistake is to outlaw transitioning for kids under 18. Now, you can disagree with maybe that they shouldn't do that, but it's full in the Constitution for the government to do such. And it's up to the person who's for transitioning under 18 to make good arguments to convince society, no, we need to do this. And they're failing with these arguments. They're not convincing people.
Well, you see, I go by the libertarian point of view that we have freedoms until there's an argument to remove that freedom. So
yeah, well, here's an argument to remove the freedom of transition to minors. That kids are sometimes confused, stupid, silly, don't know really what they want. And if they do a surgery that removes their penis and then later on they want to have kids or want their penis back, they can't have it. Or at least not their penis. It might be a different penis. But yeah, so there's regret.
Let me ask you one big question on this. And thank you for the conversation right here. Like, if people can't talk with people that they disagree with, then
what can we talk to? Yeah, exactly. It's boring to talk to people we agree with.
Yeah, I agree. If it were the case that all the doctors in America said, we are for this and we're going to have a process for this that is well understood and we have a step-by-step way of evaluating this. So they're making sure they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's. But then all the politicians in America said, even Joe Biden says, no, we're against it. Everyone, AOC says they're against it. So you got all
on what issue?
This is the issue of allowing kids to transition.
Yeah. Okay.
So all the doctors in America come out saying, we're for this. We've got a process here. We're going to make sure we do it right. That they're telling us this. We can believe them or not. All the politicians say, no, not happening. All the liberals are even saying no. AOC, everyone, you name it.
Yep.
Are you siding with the doctors on this or the politicians?
I probably lean doctors.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay. Ask me anything.
But
well,
I would admit this. I admit it's, if you said all the politicians, which means they're thinking of their voters, means that it's meaningless. The doctors have to suck it up. The trans people have to suck it up. That's not going to happen.
We know what is going to happen then, but
yeah, you're
right.
done at that point.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what I read earlier, Major Association of U.S. Doctors makes official statement of transgender procedures. It's not even close to all doctors being supportive of this. It's not even close. We're not even, I don't even think we're over 70%. It's the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons is warning about unknown and unknowable long-term risks of a gender-affirming care in minors. Gender-affirming procedures include so-called puberty blockers, sex hormones, blah, blah, blah. A February 20 official statement stance on a gender-affirming. Even doctors now are starting to question this. In Sweden, they have rolled back and reversed a lot of the things they thought about gender-affirming care with hormone therapy and surgery. They're rolling it back. I got an article in Sweden here too. It's people on the left who think they got science or doctors on their side. News alert, you might have in the past, but it's looking like in the future you won't.
But do we have
for minors?
Do we have the science and doctors on our side now? The majority?
I don't know.
I was listening. You said 70%.
I know that number I just threw out. I didn't read that from a study.
I was listening.
But I'm saying that there are a lot of, keep in mind, who are these doctors? These doctors are who make the diagnosis for trans people. They're psychologists, right? And I'll be very honest with you. Most of the public do not, I shouldn't say most, a large percentage of the public do not trust psychologists. They will trust surgeons, their what do you call it? The doctor you always see once a year, whatever. They will trust normal doctors, but in the field of psychology, it's a little different. And I would say moderates to right-leaning will definitely be more skeptical of psychologists than other types of doctors. And this is part of the problem, right? Part of the problem is there's no trust there. And the reason why I think there's no trust there is because it is so subjective on who's transgender or not. How would you answer this question? How does a doctor determine if someone's transgender?
I don't know. I'm just going to say flat out, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the process.
If you flat out don't know, then I think you shouldn't just blatantly trust them. Because it's basically, and I've talked to a lot of people about this who are way more knowledgeable about me, and they've sent me papers.
I might have an answer.
I got my email full of people sending me stuff, and I read as much as I can when I can. But basically, it's through surveys. It's from you know those little bubble charts that you did in school for tests. It's how do you feel about this, about that, and then they might ask their parents and other relatives how far it goes back. But basically, it's diagnosed through talking. Through talking. It's similar to pain. Like, it's how do you know how much pain someone's going through? Physical pain. It's through talking. Now, show me on a chart between 0 and 10. That it's one of these few. I'm going to call it illnesses, and you might take umbrage to that. But it's one of those few illnesses where you can't actually get a machine that's unbiased to confirm.
I'm not calling it an illness. I'm not agreeing with that. But let's go to the DSM, right? You know the DSM?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the DSM, you've got tons of different things, but let's go to like ADD. There is no test or blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm being consistent here in the sense that all psychological mental disorders. Yeah, I would say mental disorders in general are not as trustworthy as other illnesses like cancer, diabetes. It's and I thank you for stating or noting that. Well, I don't know. You actually didn't say this, but let me ask you: do you think transgenderism is a disorder?
No,
a mental disorder.
I think it's gender dysphoria is considered the issue because for something to be a disorder, it has to cause distress in someone's life. And I guess a lot of times people say that they cure their gender dysphoria by transitioning.
I know, but before transitioning, is it a disorder?
The gender dysphoria it wouldn't be, so it's not being transgender. It would be the gender dysphoria, which is alleviated. Or
is gender
cured.
dysphoria a disorder?
This is where I just want to be sure with what I say.
It's in the DSM, is it not?
Is it? We're on the DSM-6 right now, are we? Or are we on the DSM-5?
I don't know.
I think it's 5.
It's in the DSM that gender dysphoria is a disorder, right?
I will double check for us.
Because if it's not a disorder, if it's not a mental illness, well, let me ask you this. Do you think transgenderism is any type of illness?
I was looking at, do I think transgenderism is say it again?
Any type of illness of any sort. Is it an illness?
When it comes to psychology, what we'd be looking at is, does something cause distress in someone's life? Like, you do not have a psychological issue if you drink alcohol.
Is depression a mental illness?
Yes, but sadness is not.
Okay. Is transgenderism an illness?
No, but gender dysphoria looks to be with the DSM-5 TR.
Okay. Is there, how many people are transgenders without gender dysphoria?
They might be going through gender dysphoria if they have not transitioned. And so I don't know the numbers on this. I can't give you numbers on that.
Okay. But is it possible to be a transgender without dysmorphia?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay.
I'm being serious. I'm not going to say yes or no to things I don't know.
Yeah, because even people have told me now that it's not dysmorphia because you are who you are. I mean,
technically, dysphoria.
But the thing is, who does the transitioning process? You said doctors earlier, right?
It's going to be medical professionals who are working.
Yeah. Why are medical professionals doing things that are not an illness?
Because so when you take, let's say antidepressants, you could say, well, isn't being sad not a mental illness? Like, people get sad, and isn't emotions not having a mental illness? Or,
No, but depression is severe sadness over a long period of time, basically.
Correct.
Right.
So gender dysphoria would be the disconnect between your presentation and how it's causing you distress.
Right. So if you have gender dysmorphia, you have an illness.
Gender dysphoria is classified in the DSM-5 TR as clinical significant distress or impairment related to gender.
Why can't you just say yes?
That
gender dysphoria is an illness. If it's not an illness, then doctors have no business dealing with it.
But being transgender is not, right?
Okay, so you're separating being a transgender from being. So what is a transgender person then?
A person who's transgender does not identify as the sex they were assigned at birth.
Right. What's the definition of dysmorphia?
Dysphoria.
Dysphoria, sorry.
No worries. A concept designated in the DSM-5 TR as clinical significant distress distress or impairment related to gender incongruence. So you have to have.
See, it sounds like the same thing.
Well, no.
Gender incongruence.
Distress doesn't mean you're not happy with it. Distress means that it's causing you anxiety, depression. It's the problems it creates.
Okay, yeah. So you can be a happy transgender person and not have dysmorphia.
Dysphoria, but
dysphoria.
Yeah, no worries.
Dysphoria.
It does seem to be the case. I'm not one to state what people who are trans go through, though.
I wonder how many transgenders are out there who are happy and they don't have dysphoria.
I would love it, and I think part of it can be our society. And I think you agreed with me on one thing here, that if an adult, 25-year-old adult, says I want to transition, you'd say, hey, go for it. If one day in the future,
yeah, adult, you said, right?
Yeah. If your daughter's 7 years from now said, hey, Dad, I was watching that stream you did 7 years ago, and that liberal dude was making really good arguments. Never happening, right?
I have to pee soon, by the way.
Do what?
I have to pee soon.
Okay, I'll let you go. In a moment, you can put on some Titanic music again.
I don't want to end the stream, though. So if you
Yeah.
want to stay here, if someone else wants to come in too, but I'll be back. I'm going to do this, and I'll be back in 2.5 minutes. I've been going too long. Oh, was that good timing? You still here? Yeah, you're still here.
Yep. Let me unmute.
Yeah.
But no, I think we've had a good conversation. I think it's just sad to me that I don't think you're evil. I think we have disagreements. I think some of your views are bad for society. I think you think some of my views are bad for society. I think it's good we can say that to each other.
Yeah, I agree. I think if everybody was more like me, it would be a better world. And you think if everybody was more like you, it would be a better world.
Well,
but
yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to put a pin in what we were talking about before I had to use the restroom. I think when it comes to the perception of transgenderism, on the one hand, some people want to say that it's not a disorder, not a mental illness, because by saying so, it actually makes things worse. But on the other hand, they have to say it's a mental illness or a disorder, because if they don't, then what are doctors doing dealing with transitioning, and how can you even ask health insurance companies to pay for it? So they're kind of like in a tough situation where they don't want to have this negative stereotype, a derogatory idea that, oh, you are sick. And yet they have to say, yeah, but you are sick because we got to treat you, and the health insurance has to pay for it.
Well, take for I don't know if they're still doing this, because this is a little controversial. Electroshock therapy, right?
Yeah, back in the
only
1900s.
times I think it's being used, if I am accurate, is for extreme depression. I think they are still using it for that. That's an extreme case and would be needed, with the doctor's advice. And how do we know that someone's depressed? There's no blood test for that. There's no. I mean, would you agree? Depression.
Yeah, depression is like I would say all mental illnesses are really hard to verify.
Yeah. So, the person themselves is not, the illness. Like you have this issue that is causing you distress. So if we were to talk about the distress that people are getting from the incongruence of their genders, then we can say how this can be alleviated, and then that becomes a medical process.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're separating the person from the disorder.
Yeah. Because then the disorder, if gender dysphoria is going to be considered the issue right here, then being transgender with no distress is going to be, and I'm trying to think if I've ever heard someone say they don't have it. Once again, I would need someone to speak for themselves on this rather than me saying what they go through. But I don't know. Do you have any other questions for me to end other topics? But you might have other people, but I do appreciate your time.
I'm just reminded of what do you call it? Lobotomies? Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that was considered a medical technique for quite a while, and they did it for things like female hysteria or whatever, which is ridiculous. So the medical community does change, and I believe the medical community is in favor of my side of the political aisle right here. So,
but you just called lobotomies ridiculous.
Yes,
but if you think about it, it's removing a part of your body to help someone with some type of disorder. Isn't that the same as transitioning?
Well, if your kidneys are infected or something, might they have to remove a kidney?
Yeah, it's yeah. So why are we against lobotomies? Because it didn't work, right? Or did it work? I don't know.
This is really sad, but I don't know if we're still using it. And here's the reason I would say for or against. I am for or against a medical procedure when the medical community has deemed it necessary. That is my consistent standard. And the medical community has reviewed lobotomies and deemed it not necessary, it looks like to me, from what I understand.
Yeah. So basically, if I'm right, in 5 or 10 years from now, you're going to come back on this show and say the medical community has said that we shouldn't transition kids because it's too early, too soon. Don't know for sure. You'd come back on and say, I'm with you, Doug.
If you can show me 51% of the medical community.
There we go. I like this marker. 51%. We've got to start polling people. Polling doctors.
And would you agree right now it's in my favor? I mean, you can say it's going towards your favor, but would you admit, at least right now,
I think it's in your favor with psychologists who specialize in quotes in this field. But I bet you if you were to poll just doctors that have anything to do with this field, whether it's plastic surgeons or I don't know, I would be, you might be at 50-50 right now. Like we're all talking about the minor issue right now. We don't even care about adults right now. But with the minors,
it's like, let's say it's 80% psychologists are with me and I have 50-50. I would still maintain my view with that. Or 51-49. I wouldn't sway to psychology.
I wouldn't, because I just view the stakes too high and I don't trust psychologists.
Aren't the stakes high if you're wrong though?
No. Please
Okay.
don't leave now because this is a great issue. I recently changed my mind on this because I used to think that transgender people committed a lot of suicides. I recently found out we don't even know if that's true.
Where'd you find that out at?
By the absence of evidence. The absence of evidence is evidence of absence. There is no hard data on transgender suicide deaths. Did you know that?
I could look. I'll look into this.
Okay, no, but really listen to what I'm saying, and I appreciate you because you are a good listener. But what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about suicide ideation. I'm not talking about suicide attempts. I'm talking about actual suicides, and we do not have that data.
I'll see. I'll take your claim at face value. I don't have reason to think you're wrong.
And I could be wrong, but if
Yeah.
I am wrong, please email me. My email's in the About tab, I think, in my other channel. Email me that data.
Okay. No, I'll look into it.
For the US, I think you can find some data in India, but nobody trusts it. And I saw one thing about the UK study, but I'm not sure about that either. But in the US, definitely, we have no data of how, like, if I was to ask the question of anyone on this planet, how many transgenders committed suicide in the year 2020, 2021? There's no one, I think, on the planet who can give me a fact on that. They can maybe correlate it with attempts and make some guesses, but we don't have that data. So when someone says there's so much at stake because if we don't transition the minor, they might commit suicide, I call bullshit on that. We don't know that.
I'm going over to Google Scholar and taking a look.
Yeah,
at
and I'll go a step further. We do not know that transitioning actually reduces suicides. So even if you can find suicide numbers pre-transitioning, let's say it's 50 in all the United States in the year 2020, out of 1,000 transgenders or whatever, and we know the suicide rate pre-transitioning. Do we know the suicide rate post-transitioning? Basically, and I say no, we don't have that data. And I've talked to a lot of people about this who are like you, different than me on these issues. And they will say, yes, Doug, you are right. We don't have this data. But they'll say, but isn't suicide attempts good enough? And even that, because suicide attempts can be wishy-washy as well. Because there's a lot of people on this planet who cut themselves for various reasons. And that can be viewed as a suicide attempt, but it's not really a suicide attempt. You know what I mean? It's a cry out for attention. It's a way to get endorphins running so they feel better. And suicide ideation to me is really ridiculous because, I mean, so many people on this planet have at least thought about suicide in some capacities. The real issue is, have you made plans to bring it about? So someone who says, yeah, I've thought about suicide. Another person says, yeah, I thought about suicide, and I actually bought this knife or this gun and these drugs, and on this date, this is when we do it when nobody's home. I mean, those are two different things. So the suicide ideation to me is like garbage. If you're actually trying to figure out, does transitioning help people or not?
Yeah, and I'm definitely, I feel like I've gotten close to that, and I found a study that looked at a cohort of trans women and trans men from 1972 to 2017, so a very long longitudinal cohort study.
But look at the actual suicide. See if there's any of there.
There was 35 and 14, I think. I was just looking at it. I was trying to listen and look at the same time.
Yeah, can you post it?
It is the trends in suicide death risk in transgender people results.
See,
from the
risk.
No. There is literal 49 people died by suicide.
Okay, good. That's what I'm looking for. So, okay, can you
That's
copy
just the
and
title of the study?
But you can't copy and paste it in this chat, right here.
I'll pop in the chat for you real quick. Okay, there's the name of the study.
Okay, good.
And then let me grab you the study. Here you go.
Oh, that's Amsterdam.
Yeah. So no, you're right. You said you didn't want.
Yeah.
I was listening when you said don't get me. You said another country, but I mean I'll try to find you. This is on the fly. Me trying to find. You know, I do want to look into this more.
Yeah. So this is not U.S.
Well, I'll try to find some U.S. stuff. That might take a moment.
Okay. But I'll look at this.
I really appreciate.
But this is good. This is good because this is better than I've seen something out of India and something out of UK. So this is, I think, new to me. I don't think I've seen this one before.
And I'll try to find. I'll look into this more.
Oh, look at the conclusion of what you just sent me.
Conclusions. Let's go down to it.
We observed no increase in suicide death risk over time and even a decrease in suicide death risk in trans women. However, the suicide risk in transgender people is higher, that's risk, not actual suicides, than in general population. It seems to occur during every stage of transitioning. It's important to have specific attention to suicide risk and counseling of this population and providing suicide prevention. So what they're saying here in the conclusion is that there's no increase in suicide death risk over time and even a decrease in suicide death risk in trans women. However, there is a higher, but they are higher than the general population. That I can believe.
Yeah, no, it's I think I was not around in the 80s, so I don't know what it was like.
This is kind of confusing though, isn't it?
Kind of confusing.
So this is National Library of Medicine. We observed no increase in suicide death risk over time and even a decrease in suicide risk. So they're saying over this time frame of
1972 to 2017.
So okay, thank
They've
you
got
for
some graphs down
thank
below.
you for showing me this, because this this is you know how people do confirmation bias? You've just done confirmation bias for me, because my hypothesis was that kids are stupid and confused, and that if they only waited, they would feel better. And this kind of verifies that idea. We observe no increase in suicide death risk over time and even a decrease. So that if people wait, they can still be transgender, but the negative dysphoria would be less, is what I'm kind of reading into this. But I shouldn't even say that, because people say, no, Doug, it doesn't actually say that. But it does say that there's a decrease in suicide risk in trans women. That's weird. Why not trans men?
And it does look like later on, I'm looking at aims of the study.
I think I can. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it kind of, I was going through it a lot too. Like, it's a lot to read, and I'm not trying to cherry pick a study, so I'm open to reading the study and not just trying to do confirmation bias, even though I might have cemented your views a little bit more.
Yeah, you have.
I'll keep looking for the U.S. data on this and see what.
But let me give a hypothesis why there's a decrease in suicide death and risk in trans women.
But I don't think they found a significant decrease. Let me read that again.
Okay, that's fine. But let's say it's not significant, but it's still a decrease. My hypothesis why it's happening in trans women and not men is because they're really men, and men tend to have less types of mental illness than women. That would explain that.
I disagree with you again.
You disagree that
I think
women?
you're just trying to throw more disagreements at me while I try to leave.
Oh, are you trying to leave? I won't keep you.
No,
You gotta leave. You gotta leave.
But I'll look into this more as you can tell, I actually care about looking into these things. Thank you. I did appreciate you calling me a good listener, because it's no fun when everyone just tries to talk over everyone and has no idea what the point they just made was.
I agree.
Well, I hope you have some more great conversations, and thank you for your time today.
You're my favorite granola crunching tree hugger.
Oh, I'm gonna go eat some granola now. See if I'm great.
Take care. See, everybody, that's how you do it. That's how you have civil conversations about things you kind of disagree with. There's a lot of things we agreed with. No knee-jerk reactions. Some fun. Some severe disagreement. Some agreement. That liberal guy could be my friend. Seriously. In fact, if you're still listening, I hope you do play poker. Email me and I'll invite you to poker nights. Yeah, I think that was a great chat. Maybe we should end it there. Don't jinx it, because the next call will be horrible. Feel your feelings. Nothing wrong with that. Yes, we evolved to have feelings for a reason. Feelings are the best call to action. If you are passionate about something, it helps you get up in the morning. I'm saying this to let you guys know that I'm not just a guy who says he's dead inside and thinks I disregard all feelings and emotions. I don't. In fact, I've also said that I'm the type of guy who will let myself cry when I see a movie that makes me want to cry. I think, like, when you go down a roller coaster and you feel that rush, it's good to let out a yelp or a scream. Get those emotions from your week out. So you don't have to worry about me, doing bad things because I bottle up my emotions. No, I just think that you should express your emotions and your feelings in the appropriate places, like on a roller coaster, like watching the arts, a musical, a beautiful drama, I love going to art galleries. I do. My kids are both very artistic and I'm somewhat artistic. I love going to look at paintings. We have a museum here where I live, and we go there, and one of the places I spend the most time in is looking at fine art, paintings and drawings. And some of it actually brings a tear to my eye. I love that. This is what makes life worth living. It's people on the left and the artsy people who actually make life worth living. I honestly believe that. If everybody was like me, it would be boring. I'm glad people are different than me. Well, I'm not that boring. I still have a sense of humor. I got that going for me. That's why I come here to let it out. Yes, autistic berserker. Exactly. So people, liberals, they come here to shed a tear. It's an appropriate place to be emotional. But not if you come in and talk to me. Then let's try to keep emotions out of it so we can think rationally and reasonably, objectively as much as we can. Try to keep our biases at the door. Try. Well, yeah, I'm so dead inside, Daniel, that some roller coasters don't do anything for me. But I'm okay with going up and down, but I really don't like the spinny stuff, whether it's a roller coaster or anything else. Up and down is no problem. Like, I could do a free fall and really enjoy it. But those twisting teacup rides at Disney and stuff, no. Why do people like to barf? I always have a little trick I do, Jack of Trades. When I get to the very top of the roller coaster, I will scream out, "This is boring. I want my money back. This is boring." And then everybody hears it, and then we go down. And everybody's screaming and happy. Doug is unintentionally expressing his coitus preferences. Are you saying... No, don't you say that when I'm just about over the hump, I yell it's boring. No. Or are you saying I like to be on top? I don't know what you're saying. What are you in therapy for, Gabriella, if you don't mind me asking? Up, down, no spinny stuff. Oh, I gotcha. That reminds me of that House MD episode with the dwarf. Oh, you are transgender. Okay, let me reread your comment now. I've been in counseling for about 5 months now, and I haven't had any second thoughts. Nothing's changed. Well, how old are you, though? I hope you're over 18, because if you're under 18, you shouldn't be in this live stream or in this show. This is not made for children, minors. My guess is you're over 18, right? If you're under 8, okay, good. You're 22. Gabriella, I want you to know you're 22 years old. You're a grown adult. In my opinion, you can do whatever you think is best for you. No qualms for me. My personal opinion, though, is if you're going to transition through surgery, and here I am giving my opinion to a transgender person, who I think, Gabrielle, you can listen to it, but you can reject it all you want. But I would highly encourage you to wait till age 28 before, if you plan or think about doing any surgery. And the reason why I say that is because science has shown that that's when your prefrontal cortex is fully developed for most people. You might be earlier than average. So if you can wait that long and you still feel the same way, my advice is wait that long. But if you don't plan to do any surgery or anything, then who cares? Because it's surgery that's the irreversible part, usually. Gabriella says, thank you. I respect your opinion. Yeah, I am doing surgery. Yes, I'm getting surgery. I'm saving, though. When is your surgery scheduled for? Like a year from now, or? Another piece of advice I would have, take it or leave it, is before you do the surgery, do some confirmation bias in reverse, meaning seek out people who were like you and now regret it, and really, if you can, even talk to them face to face. Seek people who disagree, who were like you and regret it, and talk so you have all the information at your disposal. Yeah, I'm sure you do have to pay out of pocket. Actually, you know what? Let's go one more round. Gabriella might want to talk with me more. Actually, Gabriella, would you want to come in? I know it's asking a lot of you. I've talked to several transgender people before. Can you let me know in the live stream chat if you'd be willing to do that? All you have to do is click the link. The barriers to entry is really low here. There's no call screener. I just want to ask you questions like, when did you know? How did you know? What does it mean? Probably things that you and your counselor have been talking about for years or months. Yeah, I had a trans person on when I was talking to Mike Winger. Okay! Thank you, Gabriella. That's bravery. Okay, so let me put up. The link's already there. It's still there. Turn off the music. Myron, turn it off. Thank you. Pine Creek Politics apologizes to the transgenders. They were scheduled to come on, but no, Gabriella said she'd come on. Or he. I don't know. Gabriella is a girl's name, typically. So I'm assuming you were born biological male, transitioning to female, but we'll talk about it. Are you ready soon, Gabriella? If you're on a mobile or desktop, I think both, all you have to do is click the link. I prefer you come, if you can call in with a desktop or laptop, that'd be better. Because sometimes the notifications of your smartphone interferes. While we're waiting for Gabriella to come in, what should I do Thursday on Theist Thursday? Should I do Theist Thursday or should I do a critique on a sermon? I don't know. Help me get my dopamine up. It's been really low lately when it comes to that topic. Gabriella, can you let me know where you're at if you're still coming? If you change your mind, that's fine. If you don't want to come on, you just need to know either way. I'd love you to come on, though. I think we can give a great example how a person like me, who a lot of people view as this evil guy, can have a civil conversation with a transgender person like yourself, who's in the process of transitioning soon, saving up money. Review End Times Prophets. Yeah, but so much of it is like, at some point in my life, I'm thinking, do I just nod my head and slowly back up, walk away? Like I get comments on my other channel about the Bible is God's word, every word of it's true, blah, blah, blah. Like, what do you, at some point you just, okay. Like, I could ask questions like, how did you come to that conclusion? Because it says so. Okay. There was a recent Sean McDowell interview with David Platt when they talk about social justice. Well, that's a while back ago, right? That's not too recent, because I think I saw that. Or maybe they did a different one. Review cults. You know, I'd be more interested in going through the Waco, Texas cult. Because I watched a documentary on it on Netflix. Was it HBO? Man, that is devastating, interesting, crazy. The thing, as soon as you play any clips from Netflix, like, not only does it get demonetized, but it becomes unvisible, not visible. Gabriella, are you coming? She's probably in the loo, or he, or she, in the loo. You don't have to be nervous. I am a lot more gentler than a roller coaster. I'll be sad, though, if you don't come now. Gabriella, please come to my show. Otherwise, I'll be sad. But who cares about my feelings? They both feel sorry for minorities. It came out recently. I feel sorry for minorities when there's reason to feel sorry for minorities. Like if a minority gets cancer, feel sorry for them. When a minority is beat up for being a minority, I get angry with them. Well, I'll talk to you, Stephanie, as well, but let's see if Gabriella is coming. She hasn't said anything, right, since she said okay? I gotta know either way. Need to know either way. Stephanie, have we talked before? Are you? I think we have, right? Are you the Stephanie on from Nitty's channel? You get angry at the minority for being beat up? No, Dark, not at the minority for the... I get angry that they were beat up. What? How dare you get beat up? And I also get mad. Well, actually, I do get mad at minorities that they're beating up on another person. Okay. Gabriella, are you coming or not? If not, then I'll invite Stephanie. Stephanie, if I invite you, are you coming? I don't want to wait here forever. I haven't eaten yet today. Oh, Gabriella's here. Hi, Gabriella.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, Pinecrest.
Pinecrest. It's Pine Creek.
Pine Creek.
Okay. So you're 22 years old and you're saving up to transition?
Right, correct.
And you're in Florida, so you got to pay all for it yourself?
Right.
Okay. What did you think of my advice that I gave to you?
Well, that was interesting. It was kind of like you said, wait until I'm like 28. That's like 28. That's like 28 years from now.
No. I said wait till you're age 28. You're 22 now, right?
Yeah, correct.
So the math would say 6 years from now.
6 years.
Yeah. You think that's good advice or bad advice?
Bad, I guess.
And why do you think it's bad advice?
Because most people transition when they're younger, and most people don't do it when they're older.
Yeah, and I think that's bad. Like, that's why I'm giving that advice. Like, you heard my reasoning, right? It was because your prefrontal cortex, scientists say that your brain keeps developing until you're about age 28, and then afterwards it starts to degrade.
Right.
So you reach peak mental capacity thinking wise.
Right.
Yeah, you still learn things as you get older, but
true.
And what did you think about the advice I gave about to seek out disconfirming information? So let's say right now you're convinced that you want to transition, and I give the advice, find people who did what you're planning to do and now regret it. What do you think of that advice?
I know. I have another YouTube friend. Her name is Shapeshifter. She detransitioned and then retransitioned again.
Oh, she transitioned, detransitioned, and transitioned. Okay.
Right.
What was her reasoning for detransitioning?
She made a mistake, and she's been very vocal about it on a podcast on Blair White's podcast before.
Okay. But she had regrets, and then the regrets went away?
Right. No. The dysphoria came back to her.
The dysphoria came back while after transitioning?
Yeah. Right. Correct.
That she was the right sex after all.
That she was the right sex after all.
Okay, and let's be clear, we're talking about surgical transitioning, right?
Right.
Okay. Does that give you pause that you know somebody whose thinking changed 3 times?
Yeah.
Like, what will you do if your thinking changes?
I don't think my thinking will change, to be honest with you.
But we're not omniscient. Like, we can't see the future. I'm sure if we were to ask this person who you're describing before they transitioned the first time surgically, I'm sure they might have said the same thing, right?
Correct.
And then they regretted it. Then they had a dysmorphia from the transition, and then dysmorphia going back. Like,
her YouTube channel is called Shapeshifter, and she posted her medical transition bill on the community tab. I was kind of blown away. I was like, oh my gosh.
how much was it?
Like $200?
No,
2,000? 200,000.
200,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I paid about 100,000 to have 2 kids, so
Wow.
yeah.
My mom, she goes, I paid $5.
Your mom's there?
Yeah.
Okay. What does your mom think about all this?
My mom doesn't want me to do it at all, to be honest with you.
Why? I can faintly hear her in the background.
My mom thinks it's a phase.
Your mom thinks it's a phase. You think it's not a phase.
Correct.
This is why I said about waiting till age 28, because I think that will help you determine, like, if you went 6 more years, it will help determine if it's a phase or not.
That's a great idea.
Oh, your mom likes me.
Yeah.
It's gonna take that long to save that money.
Yeah, true.
Like, do you think that, like, is your dysmorphia so bad that you're a suicide risk?
Not anymore.
Okay, if you're not a suicide risk, then what do you have to lose by waiting? You have a lot to lose by not waiting. Like, if, let's say your mom's right and it is a phase, and you wait, you will find that out. And then if it's, after 6 years, if you still feel the same way, then go ahead and do it. And it gives you more time to save money.
True.
And if you're wrong, though, and your mom's right, it is a phase, like, sure, you can detransition from your transitioning, but it'll cost more money, more pain. Things will not be quite the way they used to.
I understand.
Like, is there a downside for you to waiting?
I don't think I'm gonna wait, to be honest, at all.
I know, but is there a downside to waiting for you?
No.
Like, what?
No.
I'm sure there is, but what would it be?
Just self-satisfaction.
Just self-satisfaction, I guess.
Self-satisfaction. Yeah. When did you know that you were transgendered?
9.
Age 9?
right?
And so you were born a biological male,
Correct.
and you thought at age 9 that you were a woman or a girl?
Correct.
And at that point, like what was it that made you think you were a girl?
Basically, I just saw. Basically, it was like I've known like for like 9 years that I was a girl. So I basically saw. Basically, I was in preschool one day, and I was in. What was it? I was 9.
Your dog needs to transition to being a silent dog. Okay, so you're age 9. But you said for 9 years, like all your life, you thought you were a girl?
No.
No, it was at age 9, roughly.
Right.
Okay, but what made you think you were a girl?
Did you just like boy stuff? Did you want to play with dolls? Did you like makeup? Or did you
Did I?
like dressing up?
Yeah, I used to do drag and stuff, so I think that's probably what played a factor in it.
You did drugs at age 9?
No. Drag.
Oh, drag. I thought you said drugs.
No.
Oh, okay. Whew, thank goodness. So you like to dress up in girls' clothing.
Right.
But what is girls' clothing? Dresses?
Yeah. Bras.
And like there's people who are transvestites who are not transgender. How did you maybe you just have this like fetish, just like some people like chocolate ice cream. They got to have chocolate ice cream.
No.
Wasn't like that?
Not really. It's not a fetish.
A lot of people just dress up as the opposite sex. They don't want to change their sex.
Oh, I definitely want to change my sex. 100%, like a railroad stop sign.
Okay. When did you start going to counseling?
Last October.
Last October. Okay, so November, December, January, February, March, April. So 6 months you've been in counseling.
Correct.
Okay. And what? Tell me, have you seen more than one counselor?
No, just Nicole.
You've seen one counselor in over 6 months, and is this counselor a doctor in psychology?
No, she's a licensed psychologist.
She's a licensed psychologist. Does this licensed psychologist specialize in this?
Yes.
Okay.
She does.
During these 6 months, all this is fascinating, so I really appreciate you answering my questions. This is all fascinating to me. But in those 6 months, has this licensed psychologist prescribed hormones for you?
She's been talking about it, and she asked my mom, and told my mom, it's up to you if you want to start her on hormones.
Your mom said this to the therapist?
No, Nicole, my therapist
Said that to your mom?
To my mom, right.
Okay. But you're a grown adult. You really don't need your mom's permission, right?
No, not really.
Okay. Sorry, Mom, but you liked me, now you hate me. So you don't need to listen to your mom. Although your mom is probably, are you a dependent of your mother? Like you live free rent? Okay. Yeah. So, okay, Mom, you're going to like me again because you kind of got to listen to your mom because she's paying for your food.
True.
Yeah. So, when did your licensed psychologist say to you, introduce the idea of hormone treatment?
You asked.
I asked about it.
When did you ask about it? Do you have a session once a week?
Like the first day.
The first day you asked about it, and what did your therapist say?
Let's talk.
Good. And do you see the therapist once a week, or how often?
Sometimes once a week.
The reason why I'm asking these questions is because I have heard some people getting access to hormones very quickly, like within 2 or 3 meetings.
Oh.
Like,
I do telehealth.
Well, now, but we went.
No, but I went in person before at day one.
They have not offered to write you anything.
They have not offered to write me anything.
okay, but if you were to have said, let's say on your second session, can you prescribe for me hormone treatment? What do you think your therapist would have said?
No.
Good. Good, because I think it should take longer than 2 sessions, don't you?
I agree.
How about today, after 6 months, if your next meeting, you were adamant and demanded hormone therapy, what would your therapist say to you?
I don't think no.
Probably no. I wouldn't
Good.
demand it. Demanding is kind of like...
Well, you know what I mean. Just, you puppy eyes, you say, please,
No. No, they're talking about a year of counseling before we consider anything.
Right.
Excellent. You know what? I'm happy to hear that. At least a year is good, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And some people I read on the internet, so it takes about 2 to 3 years to fully transition.
It takes a long time.
Okay. Now, what is your opinion, Gabriella, about, like, if you said that this started at 9, what if you were 16 and you went to this therapist? Do you think you should transition, let's say, by age 17?
No, because I would be considered a minor if by
Right, that's what I'm getting at. Do you think minors should transition surgically?
No, I don't think minors should transition surgically.
Why?
I think minors should wait until they have the opportunity, until they're 18.
Okay, but let's say it's legal to do it, and let's say a therapist actually recommended you do it. Would you do it at that early age?
I probably wouldn't do it at that early age because I'd be considered as a minor and it's illegal.
But I'm saying if it were legal, would you do it?
Oh, no, my papa would have killed me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wouldn't have parental consent.
Right.
Did your papa live with you?
No. No, he passed away.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. How long has he been dead?
Let's see. Yeah, 2 years.
2 years. Okay. So your dad didn't accept you when you were 9, 10, 11, wanting to wear dresses?
No.
What, like, was he... I'm getting deep here, and you can just
He was
say...
very mean.
He was very mean.
Yes.
Was he...
Very verbal with his words, I'll say.
Okay. Was it all verbal? Was anything physical?
My mom left him because of it.
Okay, well, that says something.
Right.
So he was out of the house by the time you were... How old?
Oh, it just happened, yeah.
Oh, it just happened.
You were
Right. 17.
Okay.
Wasn't it? No, you were older than we left at 17. You were 17.
I was 17. Right.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Like,
It's not your fault.
well, I know it's not my fault, but it makes me mad that a father would treat his child that way. And I'm happy that your mother left him.
Me too.
Me too.
Now your mom likes me again.
Yesterday. I
couldn't have him abusing.
Right.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, I don't, to be honest.
How much of the live stream have you listened to?
Not all of it.
Okay,
because I don't like J.K. Rowling.
Oh, you don't like her? Why don't you like her?
Because she says stuff that it's like everything is like the Matt Walsh plan.
She's like Matt Walsh?
Kinda.
But what exactly do you know? Can you think of any things that you disagree with specifically?
I disagree with Matt Walsh because Matt Walsh goes, "What is a woman?" And I always get questions of that on Discord by other people who don't know me.
What do you typically answer when someone asks you that, or do you just ignore them?
I ran away, and then got off my phone and then played with my dogs instead of.
You didn't answer.
I didn't answer.
Hmm.
I'm not good at
It's
that.
it's a hard question to answer, right?
Right.
It's very hard because it seems like there's many ways you could answer it.
Right.
Yesterday I did a live. Was it yesterday? No, Sunday I did a live stream about transracial.
Oh.
Have you ever heard that?
No.
So
I've heard of transracial. Is it kind of like transphobia?
no, it's like transgender. So
Oh.
can you see me right now, or you can just hear me?
I can.
Okay. Okay.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Put on your seatbelt. What would you say if I told you with a straight face that I'm black? I'm black. I'm a black man.
Oh no, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all.
You wouldn't have a problem with it?
Nope.
You're pretty colorblind.
I'm pretty colorblind.
But would you say that that's a fact that I'm black?
No, how would we know if you're black?
How would we know if you were?
Good question. How would you know? What's the difference between a black person and a white person?
They're equal. Nothing, and they're equal.
There's no differences?
No.
Well, if there's no differences between a black person and a white person, then there wouldn't be racism, right? But why is there racism?
Because people like to condition other minorities of color.
Right, but how? Let's say I'm a KKK member and I want to go persecute a black person. How would I know who to look for?
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
I don't know.
Well, wouldn't you go by skin color? That's a good start, right?
No, it's a horrible choice.
You don't want to look for anybody.
No, we don't look for anybody.
Oh yeah, we don't want to look for people to persecute, but I'm just saying that there are certain criteria we can use to say this person is a black person, and one of them is darker skin shade.
Yeah, but sometimes they use the word African American because if saying a black person, people consider that racist.
I think it's probably easier for white people to transition than black people.
Yeah.
For a white person to transition to a black person?
What is? Ouch!
What'd you say?
Sorry, dog hit me.
Oh.
I didn't hear what you said.
Did you say that it's easier for a white person to transition to a black person than the other way around?
I think it's probably easier for a black person to transition than a white person. I do. I think people are already judgmental.
Yeah.
And I think it's hard. I think it's harder for black kids.
Possibility, yeah. Same.
Yeah, I do.
I do think so.
Yeah. Well, like getting back to Matt Walsh and J.K. Rowling, one of the issues I think they bring up is in order to have an identity that's different than yours, you have to somewhat know what that identity is,
right?
To compare it against. So if being a woman means liking to wear dresses, is that really a good indicator? Because doesn't that just fit those stereotypes that boys like to play with tractors and girls like to wear dresses?
Girls like to do makeup, girls like to wear dresses, girls like to talk to their friends, girls like to paint their nails, girls like to go shopping, girls like to wear purses, girls like to do their hair, girls like to do like stuff like that.
But there's probably a lot of women listening right now and saying, I'm really offended that people think that's all there is to being a woman, is painting your nails, wearing makeup, and talking a lot. Like, I am more than that. Right? Won't a lot of women say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
There's
would.
got to be more. There's got to be. I wouldn't even know what that feels like. How to understand that.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get.
It's very complex.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Like one
I don't
of
know what that means. What it means to be a woman. I don't know what that means. That's an interesting question.
like scientifically they say some things that there's some major differences between men and women, and one of them is
Femininity.
Well, no, even more basic than that. It's risk, how they view risks. So men are more likely to take certain types of risks more than women.
Oh.
Especially when it comes to physicalness. Like a man is willing to risk their life.
But I think we're conditioned as children to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we are.
Well, even if that's true, it spans all cultures, all races. It's like it's a pretty and women tend to be less risk-taking, less confrontational.
That's me. I'm very less confrontational.
And more empathetic. But here's the problem.
Sarcastic at times.
But I think all that's learned.
Learned.
I do. I think it's all learned. Don't you?
Yeah. I used to watch my mom put on makeup, and every time she would go to work.
Well, I think.
Also, too.
No, it goes. It's probably a little deeper than that. Don't you think?
No, you literally used to watch you do makeup.
I know, but I've never been alone. 5 kids, you're never alone in the bathroom anyways.
I missed that when I was little.
Oh.
When I was little.
Like I was raised on a farm, and I have a sister who's a tomboy. And she would shovel manure with me. We would ride motorbikes together, snowmobiles together. She didn't care to wear makeup, at least for a big chunk of her life. We almost set the barn on fire together.
I have an aunt who's like that too.
So these characteristics that you were talking about with putting on makeup, wearing dresses, just think of the reverse. That's my sister. But she never felt like she ever was a boy or a man.
I think that would just fit. That would kind of, not to be offensive, but that's kind of like that would fit in the non-binary spectrum.
Oh no, she loves having coitus. I'm sure. I haven't talked to her recently about it. Like she's married with a husband, happily married, and I'm sure she would say that she's attracted to men and wants, to have sex with her husband. I'm sure she would say all that, but she's a tomboy. Like she is more manly in quotes than a lot of men I know.
Correct.
So then it becomes a tougher question. Like, what really makes someone think they're a man or a woman?
It has to.
It's what we're taught.
It's what we're taught.
Tell them our argument all the time that I have. I'm trying to teach you how to be a girl because I never did that.
Oh, she never taught me. So I had.
Oh, how much? I didn't know. So how was
She didn't know. So I had to learn at 22 years old. And
you had to learn what?
How to
maintenance and be a girl.
Yeah. The bras and the
makeup.
And the underwear. I never taught you.
Right.
Taste. I never taught you how to do your hair.
My hair.
Like a
girl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But surely being a woman is more than wearing a bra.
But he didn't. And it all had to be taught because he wasn't taught it as a young boy.
I wasn't taught it. No. I had to learn from my master over here, my mom.
I'm not quite sure. That's not what he's asking, I think.
Oh.
I'm not sure. Because we were conditioned differently.
Right.
Yeah.
I came out about, 6 months ago.
Yeah.
You came out 6 months ago?
About told me that he was a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you came out like at age 9.
No, he knew, but he didn't say. He didn't tell us.
I kept it a secret.
Did you suspect, Mom?
No, not at all. Nothing.
surprise.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing?
Nothing. Except, well, when he started, he used to love wrestling. She used to love wrestling. He still does love wrestling. But that's when you started putting on lots of makeup.
Right.
And changing your dress.
Right.
You would. There was no telling how you were going to come looking out of that bedroom.
Right. Correct. It's when I started doing drag, not drugs.
Drag, yeah, drag. And drag, I think that community is very accepting of anything, and the more he talked to him, the more he thought it would be a reality that he could transition.
Because the reason why I'm a little shocked and perplexed here is because I have a friend who sent me a lot of literature, because I tend not to trust psychologists.
I understand that part.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Why don't you trust them? Or why do you understand that I might not trust them?
Because you might have certain views and certain beliefs.
That you don't want change.
If you don't want it to change.
How about
Well, yeah, I'm sure that's true, but I just think that the psychology is not as hard of a science than, let's say, chemistry or physics, and it's so.
Astronauts have it the worst because they have to go 100 feet in the air.
For what?
But
on the rocket ship.
No, but what's the?
But the reason why I'm a little perplexed is because one of the things that someone else has told me about the process of determining if someone's actually transgender or not is doing surveys, not just to the person, not just to you, Gabriella, but to your family.
Right.
And
How
so
I found out was I took a test.
No, you announced and then
I announced and then I took a test.
I didn't suspect, and yet I knew my other grandson was was gay when he was 2.
you knew your grandson was gay when he was 2, but you didn't know your son
Was
now a woman, a girl.
Wanted to be a girl. No.
Yeah.
You asked me. Asked me before, and I was like,
I think you perceive women as having a easier life.
No, it's much harder than
really
going down a hill.
But what I was getting at earlier was that I think part of the determining whether someone is trans or not is by surveying the family members. And if I'm a psychologist and I'm asking you, Mom, did you have any idea that your son is thinking he's a girl, a daughter?
None.
And you say none.
Nobody in our family. Nobody. We haven't kept it a dirty little secret. I've reached out, and I'm not gonna have to go if they don't want to be my friend because my son is struggling with wanting to become a woman, or we are. I haven't kept it a secret, and everybody was shocked. Everybody still is shocked.
Right.
Well, that's why we're thinking it's
It's not a phase.
We think it's a phase.
It's not a phase, I swear.
I know you think that.
It's not. I was literally like, it's not really a choice. It's like something if you choose to be happy and you're unhappy and you're very dysphoric in your own body, and you can't. It's very hard to explain. Dysphoria causes people with dysphoria, like Shapeshifter says. She says that some people that have dysphoria do not want to interact with people. They don't want to go outside. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that.
So do you feel like you were born in the wrong body?
Right.
Okay.
I don't understand it either.
Well, some transgenders will say that, no, they were born in the right body.
No, I was born in the wrong body.
But you say you were born in the wrong body.
Correct.
I don't know.
It's very confusing at this point. That's how my mom.
That's why we're taking our time.
Taking our time, taking it
Doing
back.
a year of
taking it
counseling,
back,
and then it's
taking it
another
back.
year to work with a medical
Professional.
Professional.
You have to go to an gynecologist.
No, I don't know.
No, I
We
just
haven't gotten that far.
I read it. I read it on the internet today. Yes, I was gonna text you, and I was like, nope, not gonna text you. You're busy.
Would you do me a favor, Gabriella, and at least consider maybe consider number one, waiting. Number two, getting a second opinion from another psychologist.
We will. It takes two more.
Two more.
Oh, you got to.
Two more psychiatrists.
Two more psychiatrists.
That's a lot. That's a lot of waiting.
It's a lot of waiting.
But that's what we're doing.
Excellent.
That's what we're doing.
Excellent.
Right.
Okay.
It'll take that long to save that money, and I ain't kidding you.
I know. I remember one time I saved up for a toy playset, and it was like $51.
That's nothing compared to.
I know. I'm aware.
Okay.
Well, Gabriella, thanks for coming on. Mom, thanks for playing backup.
It's just the two of us now, so we're pretty close.
Yeah, well, you got each other. That's the main thing.
Thank God.
Thank the Lord.
Oh, thank the Lord. Are you guys Christians?
Oh yes.
Interesting. What church?
That's why Jordan didn't say anything for so long, because strict Catholic upbringing.
Whoa, the plot thickens.
Catholic schools.
Christian.
You know, you don't come out and say that stuff.
Wow.
That would have been, that would have been, no, I can understand why.
I would have gone like.
You know, yeah.
So, as a Christian, sorry, I was about to let you go, but you just piqued my interest here. As a Christian, would you say that God made a mistake with you? Because you're in the wrong body?
Correct.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Oh, we got a disagreement.
Yeah, God doesn't make mistakes like that.
I chose to be happy. Let's just say that.
Okay. You take the positive approach.
All right.
Okay. Take care. Thanks for coming on. Whew. Comments? Opinions? Thoughts? Concerns? That was interesting. Thanks, Gabriella, for doing that. That takes courage. And I hope you thought I was civil and kind with my questions. Hopefully I'm not too invasive. Stephanie, are you calling in next? Only if Pine Creek is up for it. Yeah, I can do it. I haven't eaten today yet, so let's keep it short. But odds are when I say that, it never is short. But if you want to call in, that's fine. I will have some same questions I asked. I would love to hear Stephanie's take on the last caller. Here, folks, you're listening to a far right winger talking to transgenders all day long. This is Rush Limbaugh talking to transgenders all night long. Can you please change the channel name to Trans Creek? I don't think the head office in Wichita will allow that. If I changed my name to Trans Creek, I'd have to talk with a different voice and say I mean a lot. Clearly you and other old white men know what's best for her. Well, Charles B., careful. Gabriella's mother agreed with me on a lot of things, but who's that? Just her mother. Yeah, I need to get a golden microphone, the PP microphone, Pine Creek Politics. Oh, you guys should start donating so I can get a gold microphone, just like Rush Limbaugh. I love it. People think it's disparaging to compare me to Rush Limbaugh, but yet I think next to Howard Stern, he's the most successful radio guy out there. He might even be more successful than him. Yeah, I really got curious and interested when they said they were both Christians, Roman Catholic. Yes, Pine Creek's transgender advice channel. What country are you in, Jerome? Here's Stephanie. Hey, Stephanie. Make sure your YouTube tab's off. It's always like a 15-second delay. Say something. I can't hear you.
Hey.
There you go. There you go. So what'd you think of that last call?
I think they're very early in the process, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Well, he just came out. He said. She said.
Hold on. I need to mute the YouTube part because it's confusing the dog meat out of me right now.
Okay.
And I don't even. I've got too.
Are you better now?
Hold on. I gotta get rid of the YouTube portion of this because it's driving me absolutely batshit.
Okay, let me. I'll mute my.
What did I think of the last caller? I think that they're very early in the process. I think that it was rather unusual that Mom was in the conversation, but that's fine.
Well, yeah, I guess they live together.
Well, sure, but
It sounded a little bit like
my mom never answered for me.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's be honest about this. I think
I say often that this isn't a unitary process for any person. And Doug, may I ask you something just as a point of courtesy?
Sure.
Please don't refer to the people as transgenders.
Rather than, instead of what should I do?
People.
Oh.
We are transgender people, not transgenders.
I can do that for this conversation, but in the future, in my life,
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah. Well,
you can,
actually,
obviously, I can't restrict the way the language that you use, but it's like.
So instead of transgender, I should say people who transition.
Rubs the wrong way.
Instead of transgender, what word should I use? People who
trans people, trans women, trans men.
Oh, it's
not
the gender
transgenders.
Oh, it's the gender thing you don't like.
Well, yeah, or you can use transgender men, transgender women, but we're not transgenders.
Okay, and why is?
Well, it's like
this is actually an interesting thing to talk about. Why do you desire this? Why do you say you're not transgender?
It feels a little dehumanizing to a lot of transgender people.
Okay, and if someone was to say, but
and also as does transgenderism, because as I was saying, and there's a vast variety of different experiences
Why is transgender?
Back in the old days, there was a woman who had a website. It's still up. It was, back in the AOL.
Why is transgender demeaning to some people?
Transgender is not. Transgenders.
Oh, just the pluralized version you don't like.
Well, I'm referring to a group of people as the transgenders.
Okay. Okay, that's sort of like saying the whites, the blacks. You don't like that either. Okay, gotcha.
Kind of, yeah.
The Jews.
I mean, it's a generalization of a class of people who are experiencing humanity in a different way than you are, and it's just it's uncomfortable.
Okay. Well,
it's people uncomfortable. So
yeah,
I would appreciate it. At least, I don't want to dwell on it. You can say whatever the f you want. It's your show, your channel, your stream. You do you, Doug.
Okay.
You will do you. I already know that. I've talked to you on Nitty's stream.
Okay,
already.
But you're different than the previous caller in that I think
I'm 69 years old. Yes, and I transitioned 25 years ago.
But on the question I asked, do you feel like you were born in the wrong body?
No.
Gabriella said yes. You say no, right?
Well, you see, that's kind of a I don't know. Is it an epistemological question? I don't know. I was born me. My process to fully realize me is different than the process that most people encounter in their lives. And so I wasn't born into a physical state that I was particularly happy with. But wrong body maybe it's a game of semantics, but I don't think it's quite right. What it is it's shorthand for one aspect of gender dysphoria that people can understand. It's a way of expressing the feeling of dysphoria that is incredibly difficult to express.
So what does gender dysphoria mean to you?
A disconnection between one's perception of oneself in identity that is different from the physicality and it's not just physicality, the whole as I said, it's very difficult to explain, which is why born in the wrong body is a convenient shorthand.
Well, you've actually disconnection between your perception of your identity that is different
your
than
own internal feeling as to who you are as a person, at least in terms of gendered stuff. I mean, in some funny, strange ways that I was born in 1953, so the social understanding and medical understanding of this phenomenon was not altogether that widespread. Christine Jorgensen had surgery in 1952 and made the headlines of the New York Times, and everybody went, well, this is possible. But it's not like trans people began with Christine Jorgensen.
Well, I don't care about this Christine person. I'm just worried about. I just want to know your opinions on things.
Yeah.
So
one opinion is I should quit smoking, but
Yeah. I can understand why it's fun though. I'm addicted to nicotine, but I don't smoke. So if there's a disconnection between who you think you are and your body,
it's not who you think you are. It's who you feel.
Well, you're thinking when you do it. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah.
You're a thinking
I
human
mean,
being, and when you
to the
think,
extent that the brain processes everything you think and feel, then yes.
So in a way, I think you would say that you agree with Gabriella, who called in earlier, that you were born in the wrong body, because what you think of who you are, what you know who you are, is different than who you are in your body, and thus transitioning is necessary or desired.
Well, it's not really, because I don't know. The first time I expressed feeling more girl than boy was when I was 2.5. I had an accident, burned my foot very badly, and I had to do exercises to keep the skin from roping and causing toes to go up like this. And one of those exercises was picking up marbles. And of course, my mom supervised that, being the physical therapist once you get out of the children's hospital. And I was doing that, and when I was about 3.5, this is when I started doing it, because start doing that exercise after the injury. And in the midst of doing that, my mom said, "Good boy," and I said, "No, girl."
Okay, why do you think you said that?
Because of people's gender identities tend to form around the age of 4.
But what I'm
3.5,
asking
4,
for
5.
specifics, what made you think you were a girl, and what does that
I have
mean
no
to
idea.
be? And what does it mean to be a girl?
I have no idea. It's quote Simone de Beauvoir: "One is not
Well, you have to
born
have
a
some
woman, one
idea.
becomes one."
If you're calling yourself something, you have to have some idea what that something is in order for yourself to call you that. Like
I don't know, Doug. I mean, I wish I could tell you.
Like if I said I am a
I wish.
bird, you kind of have an idea what a bird is.
Yeah, but it's not that. It's not that. It's a sense. It's a sense of gender. It's an internal sense of gender.
Internal sense of gender. But how do you know which gender?
Well, one learns language. Language is gendered. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to say it.
Like, what's the difference between a girl and a boy?
I can't say can I say in the sense of most people?
Yeah, in generalities.
It's a question of how you fit, and how.
Like Gabriella said, it was about dresses and makeup and stuff. She wanted to
I
wear.
don't believe it is, because I've got many women friends who were as your sister was, who were tomboys in their youth. I had many girlfriends when I was a child who were tomboys. I don't think that's it. See, this is why I'm having a problem to answering your question, because it is a difficult question. And people,
but it's the root. It's the root of the issue, right? It's like if someone.
But it's the root of the issue for the person who has difficulty with it, not for the people who don't.
How so?
Well, if you have difficulty with it, and you go counter to, if your internal sense of gender is not aligned with your gender observed at birth, then you're in for a tough row.
Okay.
Because especially in 1957, 58, 59, 60, through the 60s, you're in for a tough row.
Well, yeah, I believe that.
And that's where the issue lies. People that don't have this problem don't need to think about it.
Right, but I'm asking you, as someone who is transgender, who I'm sure has thought about it, like when you think back when you were a little person, what made you think you were a girl?
I'm just going to have to keep telling you, giving you the same unsatisfactory answer. I don't know. I've no idea. I just know that I was one of those people who still exists today, who was insistent, persistent, and consistent in asserting my gender identity. Now, was I socialized out of it? As best they could, my parents tried. And taught me to hate that part of myself, to bury that part of myself.
Did you ever see a
My
psychologist?
mom and her sister, the only person in my family, well, two people in my family knew of my situation. One was my mom because of that, because when I was 3.5, I told her that. She spent a great deal of time lacking any external psychological resources or anything else. She spent a great deal of time talking with her sister about that. They'd get together, and my mom's a preacher's wife. Dad was a Methodist minister. It's like the only outlet was to speak with her sister, and I was the topic of those discussions, which I found out from my cousin quite a bit later.
There was no psychologist back then, right? That would, I mean, not too many that you could talk to.
In the field of dealing with trans people, there were very, very few. Probably Harry S. Benjamin was this guy in New York who was a pioneer in the field. And the idea and the thoughts in the medical profession were basically had gender performance more in mind than gender identity, but Harry Benjamin came closest. So there were very few resources.
How old were you when you first talked to a psychologist?
Probably I was probably in my 20s in college for other reasons. Around gender, specifically gender-related issues in my 40s.
Okay. 40s?
Because, as I say, yeah, 40s.
Oh, I thought you said 20s at first.
No, well, I first spoke to you asked when was the first time I spoke to a psychologist, but didn't specify the issue. I had other issues.
Okay.
Like my sister-in-law committed suicide and stuff. That kind of hit me hard.
Yeah, I believe it.
But I suppressed, I was taught to hate that part of myself. And so I suppressed it until I couldn't take it anymore. And at the age of 45, said, the dam is broken. I can't do this anymore.
Okay. And what's your, maybe we have points of agreement on this whole minor thing. Because Gabriella, when she was on, she leaned towards that minor shouldn't transition. What's your take on that?
If the knowledge of transgender people within the medical community and the available medical treatments for avoiding puberty or postponing and then having the right one, if those things had been available to me and my family, and if we had been more in tune, I would have gone for it in a heartbeat.
Okay. But would you say that, I guess you're saying that for all people?
I'm saying that for people who meet the criteria, which are being insistent, consistent, and persistent in expressing their gender identity, not their gender performance. That's tomboy,
Right.
sissy. It's that kind of thing. But their identity as who they are at core.
Like for you is from age 2.5, but let's say like for
From age, well, I 2.5 was when I burned my foot, but which is where memory starts, right? It's a little bit. I mean, a traumatic incident like that sticks with you.
like how long is persistent is what I'm getting at. Like Gabriella said, she first had these inklings at age 9.
Mm-hmm.
Like if
At
someone,
which point you start, ideally, at that point, you start having interventions. Then, not necessarily gender affirming interventions. That's when you start talking about, well, is this real? Is this is this a
but how persistent does this have to last in order for you to sign off on, let's say, hormone treatment or preventing puberty, as you said? Like 1 year, 2 years, 6 months?
ideally the evaluation process takes some time, but ideally for puberty blockers to be effective, well, GnRH analogs, which are puberty blockers, that's the medication essentially pretends to be a naturally occurring hormone that regulates the levels of sex steroids, either testosterone or estrogen. So in order for them to have any effect at all, they sort of have to be introduced before you get to
There's a
Tanner
time.
stage 2, or
The clock is running.
The clock is running. So, but ideally, in my view, and what best practices are with regard to juvenile trans kids, basically, is consistent evaluation early.
Yeah. Can someone say that they're a transgender person and be mistaken?
Yeah, I suspect so. Yes, and that's the purpose for for thorough medical evaluation. I mean, I don't think that you just go, hey, hey, this is it. I'm going to just do this, and everything's hunky dory. That's not the way it works.
Can someone be?
It really isn't the way it works. I mean,
Can someone be consistent and persistent that they're a transgender person and be mistaken?
Not usually. Not usually. I mean, there are, my friend Arden Hart she also detransitioned, then retransitioned. Usually people who detransition do it for social reasons, lack of acceptance. It's like, it's too hard. And it is very, very hard. Nobody does this on the lark.
They detransition because of lack of acceptance?
Yeah.
Isn't that the same reason they do transition?
No. I mean, the social affirmation of being cisgender and not being transgender, the social affirmation on the side of being cisgender is far, far greater than anything.
But why do people transition if it's not because of acceptance? Like transition in the first place.
People transition because of self-acceptance.
Lack of self-acceptance.
No, because they want to go through their process.
Right, because they don't accept who they are at the time.
Be comfortable in their skin.
Right. They don't accept their skin before transitioning, so they transition to a new skin.
Right, but it's self-acceptance. As far as the world is concerned, who the hell knows?
Right.
But going through, especially in the early process, it's very difficult.
But you see what I'm saying? That it's because of the lack of acceptance, even for oneself, that they transition, and then it's a lack of acceptance that they detransition.
On the part of society that they detransition.
Right. Yeah. And partly, I'm sure you would admit it's partly the acceptance of society that they transition in the first place. Like if I see a 6'2" person with a beard who identifies as a woman, it's easier.
You're very unlikely to see that, Doug.
I know, but
let's be honest. I mean, that's a huge straw man you're erecting, literally. Oh well, it's a big straw man with a beard.
There's not 6'2" people with beards that are women.
Very rarely. I have never met one. Doug.
Well,
Perhaps
being
you have.
6'2" in general is rare, or higher.
Well, there are 6'2" natal women. I mean, again, Brittany Griner is a cis woman. She's 6'5".
But what I'm getting at is this lack of acceptance thing. It's because that people who are transgender don't accept who they are is the reason why they transition, and it's the reason why they detransition, because society doesn't accept them.
Now, people who transition do accept who they are and would prefer to live as who they are rather than play acting at who they're not.
Right, but they transition because
it is easier to live as who they are.
Right, it's about society accepting them. Society.
It's about their accepting them.
Yeah, okay, either society or they don't accept themselves as they are, and so they need to change.
Okay,
right?
I see what you're saying.
Right? Is that fair?
Well, yeah, it's the desire to put the external and internal together on the same plane as it's as the good Lord intended. For all y'all who don't have to face this crap. This is why it's so fucking hard to explain. This is also why it's very, very small number of people in the general population that are faced with this issue. And really all we want is to be left the fuck alone.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would do that, but it's the real issue is children. That's why this issue is even an issue.
Well, if that's the issue, I think it might be incumbent upon people to sort of be aware of the fact that it's very painful to be a trans child.
Well, it's very painful
to live through that. I mean, it's very, very painful to be a child anyway. But having this additional burden is a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Do you call transgenderism a disorder, an illness, or neither?
It's not in the DSM-5. Transsexualism used to be the definition in the DSM-3. We've gone through all sorts of iterations. So DSM-3 was like the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. DSM-4 came in. It was an interim thing. DSM-5 came in later on, and which as homosexuality was removed as a category of mental illness from the DSM-3 through to the DSM-5. So transsexuality was removed as the definition.
So transgenderism is neither a disorder nor a
it's
mental
not
illness.
A word.
Okay. Someone who is transgender, they do not suffer from any disorder or mental illness.
The mental condition that exists in the DSM-5 with regard to trans people is gender dysphoria.
Okay, gender dysphoria is a disorder.
Yeah.
And
being transgender is not as
right. Dysphoria. Okay, and so dysphoria is a disorder that can be treated medically.
Mm-hmm.
But being
the only successful treatment, the only proven successful treatment is transition.
But being a transgender person is not a disorder.
Correct.
Are there people who are transgender who do not have dysphoria?
I believe so. I'm not one of them.
So you're saying there's a high correlation between a person being transgender and having a mental disorder called dysphoria?
I've met more people that I know are trans that would fit that bill.
Okay.
Just more people do experience dysphoric, but it's not I don't think it's a essential qualification for being trans or being non-binary in some, in terms of one's gender identification. I think there are transgender people who can successfully consider themselves to be trans, and yet maintain their appearance, etc., and so forth, and their gender performance as their sex assigned at birth. I think there are people like that. I don't know any personally. I mean, I know non-binary people, and a lot of non-binary people sort of fit that bill.
Yeah, I would think, especially on the issue of transitioning, you would basically have to have dysphoria in order to transition, yes?
You need a diagnosis, yeah.
Yeah, you need a diagnosis of dysphoria in order to transition medically, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you need there are referrals. There's gatekeeping all the way down.
So you need a diagnosis of a mental disorder in order to go through transitioning.
Well, I'm not as familiar with the current state. Not as familiar as I should be with the current state of affairs, but I do know that in order to embark on a program of transition in 1998, one needed to, and it's still the same in various countries, in various places. You needed a 2-year real life test of living in the desired, in the target gender. In other words, demonstrate that you can do gender performance. It used to be quite sexist. It used to be quite, it used to be, there used to be a good deal more insistence on can you pass?
Do you know?
And so that that's kind of a pain in the neck, and people would jump over, would go and jump through whatever hoops are necessary, which is, sort of, that's part of the consistent, persistent bit.
You said
you can do.
You said a few minutes ago that transitioning works. What metric do they use to figure out if transitioning works?
Measures of well-being post-transition.
Measures of well-being. So basically, do you feel good?
Yeah, I do. I feel pretty good, and have for the last 25 years. I felt real good. I felt, I'm quite happy. The only thing that's impacting my life right now is the decisions that are being made by used car salesmen, insurance salesmen, mechanics, amateur lawyers.
Well, I wasn't asking you personally. I was asking
YouTubers, billionaire authors, who want to make it all the more difficult for people to live their lives in peace, and passing legislation in various jurisdictions all over the place to make it impossible for people to live.
Like the reason why I ask this is because this well-being metric, it seems to me very fuzzy. Like it's.
Well, it's not fuzzy if you're part of it. Would you say that, I'm going to use the freaking broken arm analogy again? It's like, would you say that what's the metric for the healing of any medical condition? Remission? Is that it?
Well, for the broken arm thing, would be an X-ray.
Pain anymore? Wouldn't that be part of it? And that's the part that's real.
Okay, yeah. So then,
Don't
if
feel the pain anymore, you know.
so we have examples where transitioning didn't work then, because we do have people whose
Sure, but they're
well-being.
very few and far between.
Okay, that's the question. Do we have hard data on that?
Yes.
Can you send that to me? Like, do we know what percentage of people's well-being has gone down? We need a period of time, because someone's well-being can go up for a while and then come back down, then go back up. Like,
well, that's then, you know, transition's not a cure-all for the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I mean, let's be honest. Human life is difficult, can be, for any number of circumstances. Be it,
right.
You know, there's that transition's not a cure for anything other than dysphoria. It takes away.
Well, even then, sometimes it isn't, because we know people.
It takes away an impediment to being able to address other things.
Yeah, for some people, and for some people not. Like,
for most people.
Yeah, and I would love to see hard data on that, and how they, like, some people use suicide as a metric, and I think that's probably a good metric.
Well, people tend to be less suicidal. People tend to be there's the data is out there. I don't know why it is incumbent upon.
No, you don't have to. I know
to
it
provide
takes
people with the data. I mean, it is.
Actually, it's not out there.
But I will. I can cite you. I can read to you. The reason there are not double-blind clinical trials for trans people is because you can't do. Ethically, you cannot do a double-blind.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about things like
clinical trial for on the basis.
I understand, but
see, I mean, it's just not ethical. You can't do it. And
I understand, Stephanie, but there is no data out there on suicide, actual suicides of people pre-transitioning and post. There's no data on that. Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry?
There's no data for the United States, at least, that transitioning helps with things like suicide, actual suicides.
I'm not gonna sit here and say what studies are complete, what studies are not, what studies are incomplete, what studies are this, that, or the other thing. But the metric that seems to be applied by people who, even if you do have a study, and there are several, I mean, you can look at, there are several specifically regarding the use of GnRH agonists that I put up on my YouTube channel yesterday as a critique of Sabine Hassenfelder's recent video about this issue. The metric that people want to insist on is a double-blind study, which you can't do.
No, the metric I would think would be the best one is suicide rates, because that's pretty clear. And so if you have 1,000 transgender people before transitioning, we know the suicide rate is X, actual suicides, and then after transitioning, out of 1,000 actual transitioning, the suicide rate is Y, and then compare the two numbers. And I'm saying that data is not out there, unless someone can show me.
Suicide rates.
Actual suicide, not ideation, not attempts, actual suicides. And I think most people out there don't realize that data is not out there. There's some studies I've seen in.
We'll go to Dr. Google. I don't know.
And if it's based on well-being, I mean, to me, that's so fuzzy, because, of course, if someone wants, let's say, breast implants, and you give them breast implants, they're going to feel good, at least for a while.
Out of 5,107 trans women, median age at first visit 28 years, median follow-up time 10 years, and 3,156 trans men, median age at first visit 20 years, median follow-up time 5 years, 41 trans women and 8 trans men died by suicide. In trans women, suicide deaths decreased over time, while it did not change in trans men.
That's the exact opposite of the other study I just saw.
This is trends in suicide death risk in transgender people, results from the Amsterdam cohort of gender dysphoria study.
Were you here about an hour ago?
1972 to
we went through the same study.
2017.
Go to the conclusion at the bottom. We just went through this about an hour ago.
We observed no increase in suicide death risk over time, and even a decrease in suicide death risk in trans women. However, the suicide risk in transgender people is higher than in the general population and seems to occur during every stage of transitioning. It is important to have specific attention to suicide risk in the counseling of this population and in providing suicide prevention programs. Seems fair, but I suppose, what is transition? Am I still transitioning? I don't think so. I think I'm kind of past that.
Yeah. But would you admit that...
where do you draw the line? It's like, I would say 10 years is probably good enough, because it takes a while to, if you do transition, whatever time you decide to transition, it lasts as long as puberty does. So I'd say about 4 years. To go from when you start to when you have acquired the physicality of the target gender, medically anyway. And of course, if there are surgical interventions, that too.
Yeah, I think this study you did the trends in suicide death in transgender people, results from Amsterdam. That's the one you had, right? 1972 to 2017.
Yep.
Yeah, this has nothing to do. Oh no, it does have something to do with transition.
Yeah, it does.
Over time and stage.
Yeah, I just read it.
Yeah. So basically, the conclusion is that transitioning...
The mean number of suicides in the years 2013 to 2017 was higher in the trans population compared with the Dutch population.
No, but at the conclusion, they're saying that we observed no increase in suicide death risk over time and even a decrease in suicide death risk in trans women.
Right.
So they're saying
so
that...
there's a decrease. So some people benefited. Obviously, it's their conclusion.
Yeah, some people benefited. Yeah. Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, it doesn't get worse.
It doesn't get worse.
It gets better. So
unless you detransition.
That's not covered by the study at all.
I know.
So you can't, it's mixing.
Someone just posted that 1% of people regret transition.
That's in line. I've heard 2%, more like 2%. And surgeries is another thing. And there was somebody in the chat earlier basically saying, well, it's a sunk cost fallacy, but I don't believe that's true. I don't see that as being true.
Okay, well, I'm getting really hungry and I've been going close to 6 hours.
Yep. Well, I haven't, but and I just ate. But your house, your stream. I wish you a good day, and it's nice talk. And if you decide to call Takis again, Doug, call early.
I don't want to call using my phone, and if you can't call early on the web, I know you don't have to. You can use the web, but you cannot enter the queue using the web stream unless. Until they start. They have to start the show in order to get on.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So basically, they have to put me on the top of the list and treat me special or not, or I don't talk.
Did you try when you dialed in last time?
Last time I used the web, and then I think you or a different mod said I'm not in the queue, but I was in the queue. I showed it on the live stream. I showed proof I'm there.
Well, I don't know. Just try getting in earlier. I if you can. I no real workarounds for that. At least I can make inquiries along those lines, and I can get back to you. But
because my fear is, like, if I phone in with my real phone, I don't want my real number out there. But I guess I can block it. How do you block it?
I don't know. You're a clever guy. You could probably figure something out, right?
Yeah, I should be able to block it. But then another problem is I prefer the web over phone is because if I'll probably do it on live streaming, and then if you do it on the phone, you got that, like, you know, phone up to the mic. I don't want to do that. I want to have it go through my computer system so that everybody can hear clearly. But anyhow, thanks for coming on. I'm gonna go.
All right, yeah, great. Thanks for having me. I'll
Take care.
See you later. Bye.
Is this a new record? I think it's a new record. No, it wouldn't be hard to measure suicide rates before and after. You get the suicide rate of actual suicides for people who haven't transitioned and the suicide rates of people after transition. But in order to do that, you would have to actually have some type of box to check that person was not just a white male, but a white male transgender person. You get what I mean. Hey, thanks guys for hanging out. Poof.